Good morning, everybody. How you doing? Welcome back. Nice to see you all again. It's Thursday. It's my last day of the week. Always a bit sad, but never mind. What are you going to do? So we're back in the Boeing 777 after far too long. We are going to be flying from Istanbul down to Larnaca first of all, then from Larnaca on to Cairo. Never flown into Cairo. Never flown out of Istanbul, come to think of it. So we'll see how today goes. Some of you might notice I've got a new toy here, up here. This is a new little screen that I bought off of Amazon. It arrived yesterday. It's one of these, what do you call it? Sort of low height monitors off of Amazon. It's from a complete no-name company. I don't even know who made it. Hang on, can't even read the name. Pratchin, that's who made it, and they couldn't even align their logo in the center of the monitor. That's triggering me every time I look at it. But there we go. What are you going to do? The idea is that we're going to use this to put our PFD, our ND, and like our MFD or whatever you want to call it up here. So we'll see how that goes. I think I've got it set up. We'll just have to see how it works. We've also got the Boeing throttles on the Moser today, so we'll give that a whirl as well. So it's all coming up Millhouse already. Right, I better get in and see if I can remember how to start the plane. Who have we got in? Bobby's in, Joanna's in, Noms, Hawk, Polder, Alex in as well, Grumpy's in, Linkus, Philip's in. Awesome. Nice one. Am I using MSFS Pop-Out Manager? Yes, I am. Macabell's in Twitch as well. Happy days. Is this the PMDG one? Yeah, it is. Yeah, don't buy any Boeing for flight sim that isn't PMDG, with the exception of iFly. Basically, don't go buying the Captain Sim or whatever. Okie dokie, so the plane is cold and dark. Ken's in. Ken's ready to go. I don't even know what Grumpy's reference to that Ken person is, but we'll call this guy Ken from now on. He's loving his life. God, you realise how big the cockpit is in this thing, don't you? Look at, you got 2 seats just back there. That's so cool. Right. What do I do? I've forgotten already. Battery. Let's start with a battery. That's probably what we should do, isn't it? Battery on. External power. Let's get those on. And there's an Adiru thing somewhere, isn't there? Yeah, there we go. Emergency lights. Happy days. How did I get Flight Sim 2024 working? What do you mean, Macabell? Just installed it. Or do you mean something completely different? Morning, Darkside. The Boeing looks so much more scarier than the Airbus. Yeah, it does to me as well, because it's been a long time since I've flown it, and yeah, there's a lot of gizmos up here that I haven't seen in a while. I do know how to do it, or rather I did know how to do it, just haven't done it in like forever. Right, I think we need to go down to the EFB. We'll go to the electronic flight bag. We'll request our sim brief data. There we go. Air 232 Larnaca, not Larnaca, Istanbul to Larnaca. That'll do nicely. Ground operations. Let's reload the sim brief data. Will do. Now, it's a funny one with the Boeing, isn't it? Because we can request boarding, which I guess we can do. Really, you can just do it all through the screen and not have to wait for GSX. I mean, the GSX with the Phoenix integration, that is pretty damn cool. I'll give them that. Stuck on loading language on PC or authentication. Oh. Is that like a today thing, Macabell, or what? Back in Sim Update 4? Yeah. God, I'm not doing Sim Update 3 again. You can forget that. Flippin' heck. That was a nightmare, wasn't it? Cool. Plane is coming to life. I love how kind of slowly it kind of comes to life, and that is actually simulated. So wait and see if these light up. Oh, they are. Look at that. I got a little screen. How cool is that? Ding, 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 ding. I've rather crudely just dragged a HDMI cable across my desk for today, but the idea is I'm going to set this up a bit more gracefully going ahead. Entirely sure. Yeah, okay, maybe it is a bit bigger. Like, the actual size of this doesn't feel much bigger than it does when I look on the telly, because of course the telly is like 43 inches anyway, so it is quite big, but it is closer to me. Yeah, okay, it is a bit bigger. Maybe it won't help as much as I'd hoped. I don't know. Let's try and set up the plane anyway. Of course, we've got to try it in the Phoenix. Can't wait for that. Okay, let's go to POSINIT. That's our GPS position up here. We'll put that in the scratch pad, pop that in there. That's good. Ref airport is LTFM. Lima Tango, Foxtrot Mike, and we will do gate number Kilo 12, I believe we're on today. There we go, and all the long lats are reasonable. Let's do route request. And we will go from SimBrief because it's linked. Happy days. Now this is where you can just instantly load the plane, isn't it? Set payload. Set fuel. Select route. Route requesting. Need to get rid of the taskbar. Yeah, that's the plan. And also I want to get rid of the frame as well. I guess if I set a black background, then any gaps will not be obvious. Is that what you're doing? Route uplink. Load. Okay. Then activate and execute. There you go. I've still got it. I know what I'm doing. Per finite data we will accept. Basically, in the 777, they kind of say follow the yellow brick road, which is to say bottom right. So do a page, bottom right takes you to the next page. Do a page, bottom right takes you to the next page. So we'll accept the per finite data. That looks fine. 0 fuel weight, we can click and then click again, and that pops that in for us. Then we do thrust limb. Now, we don't know where we're going to be taken off from yet, actually, do we? Because we tower, believe it or not, is online. Unless, of course, because I've arrived, they've now decided to leave. Which wouldn't... Yeah, I wouldn't blame them, honestly. Where are we? Man, they're still online. So we're going to be departing. We're on the departure ATIS. Where's my pen? I've 3D printed a mask. Oh, okay. Yeah, that might be the way to do it then. Yeah, hadn't thought of that. 3-5 left. Yeah, I mean, I haven't got clearance yet, so I guess that's not entirely confirmed, but it's basically going to be, isn't it? Given where I am. I've also given myself the world's easiest taxi, given that I've never really been to Istanbul. I'm in the cargo section over here, because of course we're in the 777, so my taxi is probably going to be down. And then there. Like the coward that I am. It's getting quite busy here. Look, where's all these people? Antalya. There's Grumpy. Antalya. Antalya is obviously a popular little destination from here. So kind of the thought behind this is we're going to be redoing the routes on the virtual airline. So this is a little bit of a recce in a lot of ways. What's the QNH? 1023. One, 0, 2, 3. Good. Only problem is that with this screen here, I can't see the bottom part of my telly, and the Tobii eye tracker is completely blocked. 1, 0. Two, 3. Good. Well, I'm going to get on to a tower. Give them a buzz. Whatever the frequency is, it is 1. Well, obviously it's going to be 118075. Got your number. Who remembers that? 8075, let's switch over. So I'm looking for the Ivgus 1 Delta departure. Did I think that new screen through properly? What makes you say that, Bobby? Information Delta. We're looking for Ivgus 1 Delta on 35 left. Now, is it morning or afternoon in where we are? That's a good question. It might be afternoon, actually. Yeah, Bobby. Yeah, mistakes might have been made. I mean, I've got a screen mount upstairs, like a wall mount. So the intention is to raise the TV up a little bit, wall mount it, get it up out of the way a little bit, and also reconsider where the Toby lives because. Yeah, it might need to... It may even need to clip to the top of this. Who knows yet. But there we go. 2 hours ahead. Okay, so it's still morning. Just. Tower, good morning. Airnaut 232, stand Kilo 12 with Delta on board. Type 777 freighter with IFR to Larnaca.
Airnaut 232, Istanbul Tower. Hello, your cruising flight level is incorrect. I can offer a flight level 400 or 420.
We'll take 400, thank you, Airnaut 232.
Airnaut 232, thank you. Information, Charlie current, clear destination, Ivgus 1 Delta departure, runway 35 left, climb 5,000 feet, scout 6407.
Information, Charlie current, cleared to Larnaca via the Ivgus 1 Delta, via 35 left, climb 5,000, squawk 6407, Airnaut 232.
Airnaut 232, read back correct.
Did it. 6, 4, 0. Why did SimBrief do me a wrong altitude then, I wonder? 6407. Put that into transponder. Oh, who's that saying hello? Someone's just messaged me saying, is that the icon himself? Afraid so, buddy. It me. It me. Goodness gracious. Right. So now we know we're taking off from 35 left for sure. Can I put the thing over here? I can, can't I? Oh, that's so nice. Performance tool, there we go.
47 Tango, taxiway, Foxtrot 6, Golf 6, Golf 6 Alpha, hold short 36.
35 left. Import the weather. So we're doing flaps 5, TO2. And the select temp is 49. Oh, Philip, thank you for gifting a membership. Who got it? Andrew! Andrew, be sure to say thanks to Philip. Philip, thank you so much. How is my sim working? Yeah, lots of people are saying... Oh, Macabell's just said that in Twitch, saying, like, how have you got your sim working? And it's like, I don't know, just load it in. So... unless I got just incredibly lucky? I don't know. Flaps 5. Let's go. And we're going to do... Centre of gravity. Oh, you're an idiot. You're an idiot, you're an idiot, you're an idiot. You haven't done your destination. So when I put in my runway, that's going to wipe out all of this, isn't it? You stupid idiot. What am I? What am I? You're a stupid idiot. Yes, I am. Okay. So it's remembered that. Oh, and it's remembered all this. That's interesting. I'm sure it used to wipe all this out if you put in your runway afterwards. Alright, so 122, 123, 132. That is bang on. Oh wait, it didn't do that. Active. Yeah, that's right, isn't it? Then we're going to go to our arrival. We're going to do the RNAV into 04 via Papa Hotel Alpha 2 Alpha. And I'm going to go via Rimex. Do I prefer the AMD Adrenaline app or the Nvidia app? I don't really have particularly strong thoughts on the app itself. It's more the fact that I'm a little bit grumpy that I have to undervolt my 7900 XTX in order for it to not crash, which is less than ideal. Oh, Macabell, you're over on YouTube now. Morning, Ian. What yoke am I using? Thrustmaster. My fan's on. It feels like it's getting super hot in here. No, they're not. I could have sworn I turned them on. I must admit, I do really like having this this screen here. I can just see stuff, even when I'm down here. And it's also going to be handy if we're looking out the window. I can see when waypoints are coming and stuff. Awesome sauce. Right. That's all still in there. We've got our route in. Has it finished loading us? Either it hasn't bothered at all or it's done and finished and I never went to look outside, which might be the case, let's be honest. Okay. Let's do a checklist, because it's all about the checklist. So if we click over here, click CHKL for checklist, you'll notice that the screen down here changes to a checklist. So oxygen, that would be over here. And you test it, and it works. So we can tick it. Flight instruments, we've got our heading and altimeter. Our takeoff heading is going to be just our runway heading, isn't it? Which is 35 left. Therefore, if we go into my charts real quick, we can get the exact figure, because sometimes it varies by a degree or two. 35 left, heading 353. So we'll get 353 up there. And we will put on our parking brake. Come on. There it is. Now, some of the items you'll notice, if you've never flown the 777 before, they auto-sense. So when I did the parking brake, it auto-ticked it. I didn't have to tick it, whereas the oxygen, I have to manually check that. When you've done everything, rather than there being a next button, it says normal, which I guess means the checklist is completed, therefore it's normal. Click normal, you go through to the next one. So now we do MCP, which is like we're checking our V2s. Our V2 speed is 132 based on our calculations, so we'll get 132 in there. Listening to myself almost sounds like I know what I'm doing, but I'm feeling very much like I don't right now. Heading tracks in, altitude we were given 5,000 by ATC, weren't we, if you remember. So that can be ticked. Takeoff speeds, we've got our VR, V1, VR, V2, because they're all in the MCDU, or well, don't call it that in here. You know what I mean. CDU pre-flight we've done, because we've done all that stuff here earlier, like doing all the init data and navigation, the departure, the arrival. Trim we haven't done. Trim is 3.0. And we're not going to be able to do that yet, are we? Because we don't have any hydraulic pressure. So that's probably a good time then to start the APU and see what happens. My 777 has an issue with the wing texture. What is that? Didn't like the AMD app when I had the 9070. Yeah, I don't really use it. Like, it's really weird. As soon as I put out that video, everyone's like, watch AMD settings. It's like, I haven't touched it. I just play the games, download the driver, play the games. Now, admittedly, when the game started crashing and I couldn't figure out why, I then had to look at the AMD Adrenaline app and I found a tutorial that helped me to undervolt the card. Undervolted the card and the crashing stopped. That seems like a real hack of a fix, but I mean, it's fixed it. You could argue maybe I've lost a frame or two because of the undervolt. Yeah. I'll show you what I did. Here we go. So in the performance tab, tuning, then you sort of enable all the advanced control stuff. So I've got minimum frequency I've set to 2400, maximum to 2500, so that's only a 100 megahertz spread. Beforehand, there was a massive gap, so the card could be sort of bouncing up and down all over the place. Voltage from 1150 I've gone to 1120. VRAM tuning, why won't it let me scroll? I've set to 2714 because you have to give it 14 megahertz more than you actually want. So for it to end up at 2700, I had to type 2714 in there. Again, don't ask me why. I've given it a 15% power limit increase, and that's that. And that stopped it crashing. Except for the other day where I tried in VR with the Crystal Super. That crashed it. But in fairness, that is 29 million pixels, so it's like, yeah, probably is going to do it, isn't it? Right, so now I think I need to do right elect to auto? Then that gives us brake pressure, I believe. And then we should be able to do trim. Is that right? Yes, now we can do the trim. We need to do 3.0 on the trim, so we're looking up here. So that's what we're on, 375, 3.5, 325, and 3. Proper job. Oh, long may it stay that way, Macabell, if you haven't had a crash. This is Flight Sim, not DCS. Okay, so trim is set. That's good. Taxi and takeoff briefings. Okay, let's do. We're going to do a briefing. All right, everyone, pay attention. Right, we are here. We need to go to there. Briefing complete. Basically, taxiway Bravo. Maybe Bravo 1 Alpha when we turn left. And then beacon light on, and that's there. Is that going to auto sense? I feel like it should. Yeah, it did. It did auto sense. That's good. Right. Before start checklist. Complete. My parking brake is on, so I can go now into the EFB. Move the ground chocks. No, I need to release the ground power first, don't I? Then I can do chocks. Then we should be in a position to do a push. In fact, I've gotten so reliant on the Phoenix of just flicking that beacon switch, and then all this stuff happens and I don't have to think about it. I really do appreciate that about the Phoenix. Let's prepare for pushback and departure. Yeah, they'll do. Look how quiet it is when you go outside in Sim Update 4. Isn't it lovely? That road could do with some work, couldn't it? I know this is only freeware scenery, but just a road texture maybe on top of the satellite imagery. I feel like that would finish that off really nicely. So where's Grumpy? Grumpy, you all the way? You must be all the way over here, right?
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
What's up? Am I running Sim Update 3 or 4 today? 4! I'm not even going to go back to 3. I'm done with 3 after what we had last time. God, that was rough. I mean, honestly, today might be just as rough, given my inability to fly the 777, because it's been a minute. Oh, there's Grumpy. If the VRAM issues gets fixed, which it won't, would I go back to my 4080 Super? I would love to go back to my 4080 Super. Yeah, it's a good card. Really like. I mean, I still got it. It's on the inside PC. I sometimes use it. VJ Toko, thank you. I use it for just playing games in the house. Kids use it. They play Forza Horizon 5 on it. Although my bloody wife. So I've got this 32-inch monitor that I bought on like the Amazon Prime Day, whenever it was. Hooked it up to the inside PC. Massive improvement, 1440p, 165 Hz, 32-inch. Love it. She's now figured out she can plug her work laptop into it and have two screens. So I kind of came in last night from being out here fiddling around doing jobs. And I was like, oh, I might have a quick game of Valorant. And then she's there. I'm like, oh, damn it. If it's not the kids, it's her. So basically I've got this incredible PC inside, I've got this wonderful monitor, I never get to use it. Bang out of order. Okay. Tower N0 232 stand Kilo 12, ready for push and start.
N0 232 side route facing south QNH 1023.
Push and start approved facing south QNH 1023 N0 232, thanks. I need to turn up the ATC volume a bit. I struggled to hear them. I hope she isn't watching. She won't be watching. So I want to do nose left, tail right. Parking brakes released. Do I do... No, it's not. I've forgotten how to do this.
Charlie Victor, taxi via Echo 5, Delta, Charlie 1 Alpha, hold short 35 right.
Taxi Echo 5, Delta, Charlie 1 Alpha, hold 35 right.
Not sure what I'm doing here, the hydraulics. I could be making a mistake. Don't need those, that's fine. Let's go engine, should do engine right. Into start. We would. Hopefully get an engine start. I feel like I messed up that hydraulics flow there. I need to revisit that. I can hear something. We got the Boris sound pack as well, by the way. Sounds bloody good, doesn't it? Oh. Have I seen Windwinger having a Black Friday sale? No, I have not. I use my gaming monitor during the day for work. It has 90-watt power delivery too, so it charges my laptop. Yeah, well, I said to my wife, I said, do you want to get yourself one? Like, because basically I've got this glorious setup, and then right next to me, she just purchased with her laptop normally. I was like, why don't you get yourself like a monitor with a KVM switch and a, you know, keyboard and mouse wireless plugged into the monitor with a USB hub, and you know, it can all go into your laptop with USB-C. That'll do power, that'll do display, that'll do all your peripherals. So it'd be amazing. She's like, oh no, I don't want one of those. It's like, well, you're stealing mine regularly, so maybe you do. Parking brake set.
Tower not 56 Tango, request taxi.
Not 56 Tango, turn left, Echo 9er, then Charlie 4 Alpha, hold short 35 right.
Take a left and hold short of 35 right on Charlie.
I can hear an engine.
Unlocking gear.
Turkish, the queue, taxi hold for my D5 left.
What do we think of the Boris pack? Currently working on my flight sim. I've got the Logitech G Flight Pro throttle and yoke, saving for the rudder pedals. Cool. Okay, one thing I really like is that I can see the engine stats here while looking out the window. Where did I get the camera angles? Just made them. Cheers, Enzo. Right, before taxi checklist. Anti-ice, we don't need. Recall. TCAS off and window heat. Get that sorted out.
Facing south, KNH 1023, it's on to 597.
Tow brake will set to RTO for rejected takeoff. Flight controls, that's a good idea. Let's check those before we go anywhere, shall we? FCTL, so full back, full forward, full left, full right. What about my rudder? Happy days, that's all good. Back to the checklist. That is checked and ground equipment is clear. Then all we need to do before we taxi is go flaps 5. There we go. Hopefully it'll auto sense that in a moment. Taxi lights on.
Not 56 Tango, Charlie for Alpha, cross runway 35 right and behind the departing Turkish 8321, runway 35 left, line up and wait behind.
Cross runway 35 right via Charlie 4 and behind departing aircraft on 35 left, line up and wait behind.
Tower Airnaut 232, ready for taxi.
Airnaut 232, taxi Bravo, Bravo 3 Alpha, offshore 35 left.
Bravo 3 Alpha, hold short 35 left, Airnaut 232. Okay, before takeoff checklist is complete. We're good to go. So, parking brake off. Flaps 20 in the 7.4. Yeah, I bet it is. How you doing, Leo? Is that the brake off? Yes, it is. Nice, gentle little taxi.
Not 56 Tango, runway 35 left, wind 330.
Grumpy's in his Air Canada delivery.
After departure, Monterey advisor 128, goodbye.
So,
clear for takeoff 35 left after departure, monitor Unicom to Shekula.
Sure, did.
second left, Bravo 3 Alpha we're going via. This is Bravo 4 Alpha. I keep wanting to grab the side stick. I'm so used to flying Airbus.
On 232 via Bravo 3 Alpha, line up and wait 35 left.
Via Bravo 3 Alpha, line up and wait 35 left there, not 232. Okay, I need to turn off my APU. I'm going to do the turn. Also, I can't use the eye tracker for this bit, which is a bit annoying. Is that an A380 over there? Almost looks like wild livery. Is that one of us? Surely it's not. Is it just the shadows making it look like it? Got to really over-exaggerate your movements in the triple. Morning, Wave. Lion's in as well. Everyone's in today.
Runway 35 left, wind 330 degrees 11 knots, cleared for takeoff after departure advisory 128, goodbye.
If takeoff 35 left then after takeoff advisory 122.8. Should have had my strobe on. Oh, strobe is on, that's good. Turn off the APU.
Turkish 22 via Charlie 5 Alpha cross runway 35 right and behind.
TCAS on.
Boeing 777 35 left, line up and wait.
Start the clock.
Turkish 22 cross runway 35.
Is that an air not A380 over there? It really looks like one.
Boeing 777.
It is an air not livery. Thought it was. That's cool. It's nice to see that one getting out and about. Right, now I've got my toga buttons on these Boeing throttles from Moser, so hopefully we'll be alright. So let's let the engine stabilise. We'll hold it on the brakes. There they go. Didn't arm LNAV and VNAV. Didn't turn my flight directors on either. It's my bad. V1 rotate already? Holy shit. Okay. Damn, I wasn't ready for that. Gear up. I thought we were doing a flex takeoff. That was ridiculously fast. Oh, wait, I know. I think I've got the button mapped to the wrong thing in the sim. I think I've got it to toga rather than flex. I need to revisit that. My bad. Let's go to Larnaca then. Okay, 122.8. Jordan, thank you, mate. Okay, so initial climb was 5,000. Let's hand fly this departure as much as we can. It's got a nice little turn coming up, and it will give me a nice chance to become acquainted with the triple. Follow those flight directors. Can increase to 250 knots. What's the name of this airport rather than saying Istanbul traffic? Attitude alert. Oh, altitude alert. Yeah, my bad. Right, let's get that. No, in fact, let's not get the autopilot on. Let's trim our nose down a bit. Let's take ourselves up to 150 initially. Istanbul traffic, Airnaut 232 departed, 35 left on the Ivgus 1 Delta departure, climbing now 150 inbound, Foxtrot Mike 020. Finding it quite hard to hand fly this morning, I'm not going to lie. Getting back in this after a long time in the Phoenix, it feels very, very different. Okay, that's 10,000 feet. Let's turn the autopilot on. Get the lights off. We need to be at 1,200 feet or above by Bibham. Why can't I see Grumpy? Istanbul traffic, air knot 232, climbing now, flight level 400. Final call, Istanbul traffic. 40,000 feet, eh? Okay, standard pressure, there we go. And should we do level change? Looks like it's climbing really aggressively. Okay, after takeoff checklist is complete, then our next checklist is our descent checklist. Oh, there's Grumpy all the way over there. It is an air knot livery. So where's that A380 going then? Let's have a quick look. Yeah, it is. Nice. Going to Larnaca. How cool is that? Well, I'm not sure that was the most graceful 777 takeoff you're going to see, but it has been a minute since we've flown it. Has been a minute. So I don't know what to tell you. The Boris sound pack's good though, isn't it? Very, very good. How did you get all the flight info on that little screen? So what you can do is the easy way. If you use your right, so the Alt button, like Alt GR. I never know what GR means. Anyway, if you use that, push it down and then click on a screen. I think. Click on one of these, it'll pop out, and then you can drag it onto the other monitor. But what I'm using is an app called Pop Out Manager, and it automates that process quite a lot for you, which is pretty cool. Yeah, I need to lose the taskbar at the bottom, then that will allow me to get a bit more height on each one of these. And Grumpy was saying he's printed a bezel, which is pretty cool. Oh, it was really hard flying that departure then. It just felt very odd. Proof that we need to do more of it. What is that thing called that you're adjusting the volume with? This one. That's a Go XLR Mini. I got such a deal on that. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable deal I got on it. I got it from like Amazon, what is now Amazon Warehouse or whatever it's called. They said it was really scratched up, but they knocked off loads of money, and I was like, oh damn, that's a good deal. I've been wanting one for ages, but I never really wanted to pay full price for them because they are quite expensive, and they knocked off a ton of money because it was all scratched up. And I was like, well, it's not like it's really going to be on stream as like a visual asset for the stream. It's not like I particularly care, and my shed is really, really dim anyway, so it's not a big deal. Anyway, it arrived, and it was covered in that kind of sticky plastic that, you know, electronics get put on. You know, your electronics come generally with that sort of stuff all over it, don't you? And it was that was scratched. I peeled it off, and it's spotless. So, yay for Amazon warehouse stupidity, I guess. It was kind of like, had like a waxy finish, and yeah, obviously that got dinged up. And whoever looked at it was like, damn, this is ruined. It was fine. other professional 777 streamers are available. Absolutely, Murray. I wouldn't go watching me, flipping heck. Just felt really hard to follow the flight directors accurately. I was struggling. I love my A350 now, they've improved it a lot. Yeah, it's cool. That's good, we should fly it more on the channel. That is my intent. What rudder pedals? Logitech's. Like, they're okay. They're not the best, but they're alright. I always say, any rudder pedals are better than no rudder pedals. What are we getting in terms of frames? Look at that. So basically that is in excess of 60. If it's so I've capped mine at 60, and the fact it's like 59.9, 60. We're getting more than 60 FPS in Sim Update 4. That is amazing. Absolutely amazing. You can't whinge at that, can you? That is incredible. This is why we love Sim Update 4 so much. Okay, let's just reset my heading bug, because it's Boeing and you have to. This will set Grumpy off, no doubt. What's my opinion on the honeycomb yoke? Never tried it. I have no opinion. It's probably the best thing to say. Hawk says I've still got a load of issues with the 350 with pushback and not being able to steer it initially until it crashes and resets. Then I can steer it. So have you turned on the... there's a little switch, isn't there, in the EFB for nose wheel steering, I think, with the rudder pedals. Like rudders control nose wheel steering. There's something. God, yeah, the sim is feeling really flipping smooth today. Really smooth. 4K 60, no upscaling, just boff. Splatty, yeah, of course I remember you. How you doing, man? You're one of the few people, Splatty, that when they say, do you remember me, you're using the original username. I get people all the time be like, hey, do you remember me? And it's like, no. They're like, oh yeah, I changed my username. It's like, well, how would I then? How could I possibly know it's you? Crazy. I'm good, thank you, Splatty. Very well indeed. The 777 definitely has a different kind of ambient sound in the cockpit with the Boris pack, doesn't it? Defo. Good. Right. What time are we due in? Progress. There we go. Larnaca, 11:36 Zulu. So that will be about an hour. Oh, I'm kind of dreading the landing though. Kind of dreading the landing a little bit. Based on how that takeoff went. Not particularly looking forward to the landing. So let's do a check-in. So Grumpy's up ahead. So our plan is we're sort of going to head down this way and then turn. Oh, Larnaca's got tower on. Oh no, they haven't. That is not Larnaca, is it? We're going over here. LCLK. 04, I believe. What runway are they using? Runway in use 28. Alright, we need to have a look at some weather then, don't we? Where is it? Down here. Okay, there you are. Yeah, so 04 is still a goer, isn't it? Because the wind is, I know it's coming across the runway, but it is in the direction of 04 more than it is 22. That'll do. Do I remember you, Line? Line, you've been around, like, constantly, so yeah, of course I do. You haven't gone away for me to need to remember you. You've been putting in the hours. What's going on back home? Gatwick's on. Heathrow's got ATIS? So the plan is we're going to have a little look at the VA because I'm very conscious that the scheduled routes that we like people to fly where possible are perhaps a little bit lacking, which is maybe why people aren't flying them as much as that. Because really, it normally ends up being sort of UK to somewhere and back to the UK. That's generally how the flights work. But what we wanted to do was sort of open it up a little bit. So that maybe if you fly from the UK to, I don't know, Germany or down to Nice in southern France, once you've landed and you think, where shall I fly next? It's not just back to the UK, you've got other options. So we're going to kind of create these little mini hubs across Europe. We're thinking that Nice will be one, because if you imagine you're down here in Nice, you've then got fairly easy access to all of France from Nice, because even if you fly right up to the top, which would likely be what, Nantes or Paris, it's really not that far. You've also got Italy within easy reach, Rome, things like that. You could even then get down to Ibiza, to Palma, over to Alicante, to Barca, maybe to Bilbao, however you're supposed to say it. Malaga if you want a bit of a longer drag. Or, of course, back to the UK, if that's what you want to do. Not saying you can't ever fly back to the UK from these places. We're not removing the ability to go UK to somewhere and back. We're just trying to add more ways of doing it. So Nice is probably going to be the one for France. We're thinking Lisbon, because Lisbon quite often has ATC online, as is evidenced by right now and the other day when we were streaming. Lisbon will serve kind of, the Spanish region if you want to fly Lisbon to somewhere in Spain. You could also go over to like the likes of Morocco, and of course it will serve as a route into Madeira. Madeira will be a hub, which will then serve Fuerteventura, Tenerife, Gran Canaria, and also Ponta Delgada. And of course you can then connect back into the mainland Europe network via Lisbon. Germany we're not sure about. Grumpy and I were talking about it. He's in favour of Berlin. I'm more in favour of Copenhagen, because from Copenhagen my thought is that you can obviously fly UK to Copenhagen and back. That would be a nice route in itself. Copenhagen gets a lot of ATC, as is evidenced by right now. Also there's the whole Vectors to Copenhagen thing that goes on. And also from Copenhagen it's really not far. Even if you fly to southern Germany, to like Munich, like you're only looking at like an hour and 40. And you could even go on to Innsbruck, places like that, Salzburg. You've got Prague within easy reach. And of course, you've also got access to Sweden, Norway, even like Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. Lots of Poland as well. So yeah, the idea is that we have all these kind of little hubs everywhere. And we're thinking Rome will be a hub for Italy, because then that can serve, you can even go to like Tunisia, you could go across to Athens, obviously Italian places as well. You can then go all over to Croatia if you wanted to. This way we can have lots of shorter little routes that people can enjoy, because a lot of feedback we get is routes are too long. And I get that, I really do get that. I need to I need to recruise my box, because it keeps saying that top of descent is like 5 miles, top of climb is 5 miles ahead, and we're not actually going to get that far. So if we go to VNAV, it wants us at 410. We were cleared to 400. Let's recruise the box. Now the plane's happy. It's realised we're at cruise. Oh yeah, Nice is good fun as well, isn't it, Hawk? Like the RNAV into Nice is incredible. That's why I just use VATSIM radar. It's fine. I don't really have any strong opinions, one or the other, really. Yeah, so Rome will be a hub, is what we're thinking, and then Istanbul will be a hub. And kind of Athens will be like the miniature hub in between the two. I think Athens would be quite cool to have on the books as well. Dubai will also be a hub, so we can do some ops around the Middle East, and then eventually we can maybe have like a hub in India, and then we could get a hub in Indonesia, and then a hub in Australia, and then all of a sudden we've got the whole world connected. Because again, we've got loads and loads of long haul routes. Are those all real players? Yeah, this is all the people connected to VATSIM currently, along with all the different ATC sectors that are connected. It's wild, isn't it? But looking at our VA routes, we've got loads of well, I say loads, quite a lot of long haul routes that just aren't being touched. And yeah, we get a lot of calls for long haul. Like when am I going to do long haul? I keep getting asked. When I love long haul. Long haul's the best. It's like, well, why aren't you flying the routes then? So I don't know whether it's just like a really vocal minority or what. But the plan is, I was thinking to have like one long haul route from the UK to America, maybe to JFK. That would connect the eastern seaboard. Another long haul to maybe LAX. That would connect the western seaboard. Then within America, there can be lots of internal routes. That be the plan. That is the plan. You need to start using the proc tab on VATSIM radar, right side under next to info. You set your FP in there and then you can track it on the radar. So what's this for? Yeah, let me find me on the map a minute. This is really nice because I'm just here on this website and I can keep an eye on what my plane's doing. I'm not like living in fear. Show full route, runway selection 04 on the PHA2 Alpha. Cheers, farmer. Well, it hasn't got the SID that I need. PHA, oh yes it does. Now, Grumpy, there's a very real chance I'm going to shoot over you in a minute, I think. Oh no, it's not. Your ground speed's actually higher than mine. Can I explain how to start a virtual airline? You need to pick a platform, really, to host it on. Because obviously, there's two components to a virtual airline. You need to have it needs to be hosted somewhere so that people can join it. And chat paused due to scroll. Oh, god damn it. Sorry, Twitch. The chat just went weird. Yeah, you can use like a platform like New Sky. There's other platforms that are available. So there's two parts of it. Obviously, it needs to be some sort of online system that people can have user accounts on and then join yours and other airlines. And then there's the whole tracking of the flight thing. Because you need a piece of software running on your PC to track what you're doing to then report back to the airline to say that you completed X flight and this happened and that happened. But yeah, New Sky does that very nicely. How you doing, farmer? Greetings from Germany. We're very well, thank you. We are very well. Oh, I never started TikTok today, did I? Should I start a TikTok stream? Let's do it. Let's see what happens on TikTok. Hey, Fab's in. Let's have a laugh. Let's start TikTok. Of course it's doing a 600 meg download the minute I start the app. I really wish TikTok would give me a stream key so I could just plumb it into OBS. Oh, Jim, I've got a new screen. It's a 1920 by 720, I believe, resolution screen. I got it off Amazon for 75 quid. So we'll see. Descent forecast uplink ready. Me. FMC com. Wind. Load. Never did that, did I? W. There we go. Loads of people are having issues with the sim, aren't they, today? Loads of people. I feel super lucky that I had no idea until I got in and chat started being like, it ain't working. I was like, oh. Mine's alright. Probably didn't want to hear that though, did you? A380? That was the issue, was it, Line? I mean, I've got the A380 installed. I don't use it, but... yeah, let's just adjust that a little bit. You can see the screen a bit more. Yeah, I'm quite impressed with this. Because it means we can look out the window. I just had a thought. Is live weather on? Yes, it is. At least we can watch you. Yeah, I mean, this is great for viewership. People can't use their own sim, so they watch me. Yeah, it's really reassuring to be able to look out the window and enjoy the views and to be able to see that the plane is behaving itself. Very much appreciate that. Coffee time. Bobby, there we go. There's an idea. Still running a single screen. Well, yeah, for the sim. So I've got my tally in front of me. I do have a screen over there, which is a 27-inch Dell gaming monitor that I game on. But I don't sim on it. It's just like... that's my PC monitor, if you like, and this is the simming over here, PC over there. That's where I play Call of Duty. And reign supreme. Actually, that's tomorrow, isn't it? Black Ops 7 is tomorrow. Ofcom's going to require age verification for all online games. Yeah, it's going that way, isn't it? It's going that way. So hi Coda. Yeah, it is definitely going and head. Well, everything seems to be heading in that general direction, doesn't it? Which, yeah, I guess, kind of understand to a point. Hey, I'm gonna go PHA. There's a discontinuity that I'm just gonna clear in my routes. That'll do. That'll do. So when is top of descent? That is going to be... where does it tell me on this thing? God, I've forgotten everything about this plane. Top of descent. It says it right there. 326 nautical miles, 11:34 into Larnaca. That makes it approximately 1 hour till touchdown. Can I recommend a good free 777W? No. Sorry. There isn't one as far as I know. Tried running 2020 earlier. Less FPS than 24. Was amazed. Yeah, Sim Update 4 is doing so well. Like, so well. Right, I'm going to start my live stream on TikTok. See if that ruins everything. Let's go. don't know what's going on with my audio on TikTok. Seems to be okay. See what happens. Let's go live on TikTok. Pop out the chat, bring it up here so I can stand a chance of seeing it. Will I be doing another flight after Larnaca? Yeah, we're going down to Cairo. Cairo after this. Down to Cairo. Never been to Cairo before on the sim. Grumpy tells me there is a handcrafted piece of scenery, so I'm hoping that... I've not actually been there to check it out ahead of time, so I'm hoping that that is actually there when we get there. And TikTok black hole the domain. That's probably not a bad idea. It definitely does seem like brain rot, doesn't it? Like, you watch it for too long and you just feel... I don't know, I just feel numb. I feel completely numb to my core after a point of watching it. It's just like... what is going on? You know? It just feels like a constant battle for your attention. Like everything's just trying to manipulate every little part of your brain that's susceptible to people seeking your attention. And it almost feels like creators have gotten so good at it, they've almost weaponized it. And I don't know, I don't like it. Don't like it at all. So, we're going to bring some balance to the force and upload some wholesome content to TikTok today. That's the plan. But yeah, Potato, I can totally relate to where you've come from. No idea, Potato. I don't really follow it in that level of depth. No idea. Hey, BT Whistles in on TikTok. I thought of you the other day, because all of my, I think the last 3 or 4 of my Airbus shorts have been muted for breaching community guidelines. You can probably guess why, because I think you had the same trouble, didn't you? Anyone else struggling to launch into the sim? Lots of people are, but I'm fine. I think I must have got in before the trouble started for some reason. Henot is the biggest chief of dopamine hackers. Oh man. I wish I was. I feel like my channel would be way further ahead if I was. I just can't bring myself to do it. I just feel so gross. I don't know. I feel like naturally, like, I've got a very dry sense of humour. A very kind of like understated and whatever, like I don't... very introverted. Yeah, so for me to be one of these like... oh, like viral... No. No. Couldn't. I haven't had any issues of late, but I had a human review after a ban. But the human review then cleared you, right? Presumably? Splatty, we do have a Discord server. We had one for ages. It's members perk. You would think that would be a really good thing for AI, wouldn't you? You know, to like recognise the sound that the Airbus gives off. I'm not going to say it, just in case me saying it triggers the ban again or whatever. But yeah, long story short, when you land the Airbus, we all know what it says at about 20 feet, and TikTok, whenever it does that, bans me for hate speech. Well, it doesn't ban me, but it gives me like a... it mutes my video and then just suppresses its views. So... yeah, that's the one, Potato. You would think, though, that like maybe someone could insert a recording of the audio that the Airbus gives out, because it sounds the same every single time. It's not like a human saying it where it's going to sound a little bit different every time the human says it. Every time you say the Airbus says it, like the sound wave is going to be identical. So you would think that, yeah, there could be some sort of thing that could be like, we just heard that word. Scan it against a library of genuine uses of that word. Oh, it matches that one from the Airbus. Don't worry about it. That would actually be one of the few good uses of AI, I would have said. Is the link I put in your Discord your new display? My new display is made by Prechen. Prechen. And the lazy gits, they couldn't even be bothered to center the logo. The logo is offset to the left. And it's really annoying me. Like, so badly. Really badly. And if you look on Amazon, there's two of what appears to be basically the same thing, but by different brands. So I think clearly there's like a factory somewhere that knocks these things out, and then these brands that appear on Amazon are just white labeling it. Looking at a 12.3 Prechen. Yeah, that's the one. And I think there's like a 10 quid off voucher or something that you can apply. That's exactly what I did. It's nice though. I like it. I like having this screen here because I can look out the window and just keep an eye on my plane. Yeah, so Lion's saying, anyone having trouble with the sim today, uninstall the fly-by-wire A380. But then I've got that installed, not because I fly it on the sim that much, but it's handy to have it so that if FSLTL, or rather if like an air-not person's flying it, my VMR file can draw the model and slap my livery on it, and then it looks like the real A380. What are you getting, Philip? M5 iPad Pro. Ooh. Oh, I got tempted the other day for an M5 MacBook Pro. But it feels a bit icky behind a MacBook Pro and not having a Pro chip in it. Do you know what I mean? That throttle quadrant looks nice. What company is it? It's from Moser. So it's the Moser MTQ. It's the same throttle that we've been using for the last week on streams, but obviously I've been using it with the Airbus. And you'll notice today it's got Boeing handles on it. So the idea is that you can pull the levers off for the Airbus and then slap some Boeing ones on, so it becomes more Boeing-y. Yeah, it seems alright, Jim. Just so I've got mine powered through my USB hub. So I've got a USB A to C cable. USB-C goes into the monitor, and then it needs a separate HDMI input. Or I think it can do like just USB-C if you got like an iPad or something that can do. Or I don't know if an iPad would work with it actually, but you know what I mean. If you got a device. Cheers, Lion. Oh, Joanna, really? Oh, I like Apple stuff. This is where I lose half my followers by saying that I like Apple Macs. What company is the Airbus side stick from? FS Projects. Just approaching roads. Yeah. So I can't be far behind, can I? Let me have a look on map. Oh yeah, I'm a little bit further ahead of you. Or behind you, sorry. There it is. LGRP. And just down here is where I stayed on this little cove. Rhodos Palace. Don't go there, would be my advice. Bloody awful place. Don't do it. Just close my eyes and press buy on the new iPhone 17. It better be good. I'm sure it will. You can't go too far wrong with an iPhone, can you? Do I still do dev work? No, not anymore. I mean, I do a little tiny bit for me occasionally, but like nothing serious. What's my honest take on the Pimax Crystal Super? Just bought it on Tuesday and can't wait for it to arrive. Love it. Yeah, I don't know if you've seen the review on the channel, but it is very impressive. Very impressive. Initially, I was a bit like, oh, it looks a bit weird. It doesn't look as good as I thought it was going to look. So you need to go into the Pimax Play app, and then on the image quality section, I think it's got it set to like medium. If you put it to like the highest one, oh my god, it just comes to life. It's incredible. Incredible. But you need the GPU horsepower to back that up. I mean, really, 29 million pixels, that is a lot of pixels. What's a 4K monitor like? 9 million, I think? 8 point something? And you've got like 14 point something million per eye on the Pimax Crystal Super. But if you've got the rig to drive it, like, man, it's very, very impressive. That is the one thing with a Mac, isn't it? Is that you can't play games. Love the travel advice. Yeah, you're welcome, Jim. Yeah, it's a bit iffy. Oh, man, like the food. We just got so sick of the food. It was the first time we'd ever done an all-inclusive going to this place in Rhodes. And based on it, I'm not sure I'd do another one. Unless it was just a very bad example of one. Do you think 4090 should be able to handle it? Yeah, you should be right, yeah. I mean, if you need to, just drop some settings. Make sure you use foveated rendering as well, because in the Super, you've got dynamic foveated rendering, which is a big deal. That is a big deal. And whenever I've tried it, I couldn't notice it being on. Which is to say that it saved me, it gained me some FPS, but I didn't notice any visual degradation. Like, you'd be mad not to turn that on. So for those of you that don't know, foveated rendering, they use quad views, so each eye in VR gets 2 views. You've got one high resolution view and then an outer view, which is a lower resolution view, so that means your GPU doesn't have to render the whole lot in high resolution. Saves on its workload. Crystal Light, it does that, but of course it doesn't have eye tracking, so the high resolution view is fixed in the center of your frame, so if you don't move your head but you move your eyeballs, you could end up looking at the blurry part. Crystal Super has eye tracking in the headset, so if you move your eyeballs, the high resolution bit tracks where your eyes go. And I couldn't trip it up. I was worried there might be like a weird delay, and every time I moved my eyes I could almost see the blurry bit turn to high res. And I kept moving my eyes really quick, like trying to do it, and all I did was made myself feel sick. I couldn't break it. So it turned out the weak point was just me and my stupid eyes. But yeah, really, really impressive. I think you're going to have a great time with it, Farmweb. Really pleased for you. Hopefully you enjoy it. If you've never done VR before, damn, yeah. And that goes for anyone. Like, if you've not tried VR in the sim before, the first time I put on that headset, I was just like, oh my god. Like, this is something, This is something. There's Rhodes. Yeah, I'm not sure I'd do an all-inclusive again. Maybe we just had a bad one, I don't know. I mean, it just wasn't... The food was just not it. Do you know what I mean? It was really not it. And they were like, oh, you can have like unlimited snacks all day long. And then you go to where the snacks are served in like this little kind of like cafe-style place. And it's just all the crap that's left over from breakfast that they just leave there. And then when all the stuff's left over from lunch, they swap it for that. And it's just like, oh, okay, fine. Leftovers, got it. Weird. How do I get the overlay at the top? Yes, you're right, it can be done with Volanta. However, I use SimToolkit Pro. Always playing VR. I've not tried DCS. I should probably try some DCS. Could be fun for the channel. Who knows? Maybe people will get sick of it. Or maybe, or rather, people just won't like it because they didn't really sub to me for that, did they? Yeah, Pimax sent me the thick foam insert, which means I can wear my glasses with it. That made a big difference, and it was comfortable. Whereas with the default foam piece that came with the crystal light, it was a little bit... With glasses, it wasn't quite right. I could feel my glasses touching the lenses of the headset, and I was like, oh, that's just going to scratch massively over time. Thank you, CB. But the thicker foam was lovely. That means I can just pop the headset on with my glasses. Jobs are good, you know. What time are we at? I've definitely got time for a coffee, haven't I, before we land? How long till top of Doodah? 187 miles. We've got loads of time. We've got loads of time for a coffee. Morning, OG. I'm just thinking about getting a coffee. Good morning, Alan. How are you? Yeah, so I didn't stream yesterday in the daytime because I was revisiting Beyond ATC, which was yeah, it was nice to do that. It's come a long way since I last tried it. How you doing, AK? Lying here in sunny Nottingham. Nice. Yeah, Beyond ATC's definitely come a long way in like the last, well, it's been more than 12 months, I think, since we've flown with it properly. The traffic was cool. That definitely kind of brought it all to life. Because beforehand it felt like you're talking to ATC, but you're just all on your own, and it's like, well, that's weird. Quick question, what screen do you have there for the PFD, ND, etc.? Literally got it last night. Raphael. Got it off of Amazon for £75. It's a Precchen, P-R-E-C-H-E-N, 12.9-inch monitor. 1920 by 720 resolution. I got it for 75 quid, so I was like, go on then, let's have a go. Unfortunately, I'm one of those people that's really hard to buy for birthdays, and it's just my birthday, so pretty much everyone just like stuffed money in a card and were like, there you go, happy birthday. I was like, cool, I'll buy that then. What's going on with the weather? Weather seems alright today, doesn't it? I mean, to be honest, I couldn't really tell you what the weather's doing. I walked the kids to school and it seemed alright, and now I'm just locked in a windowless shed, so it could be chucking it down for all I know. I am massively triggered though, because the Precchen logo on the bottom of the screen is not centered. It's offset to the left, and it's driving me mad. Does the autopilot help? Yeah, I mean, it's basically doing everything. Hey, Rager. Hello, Joseph. My free APU coffee just arrived. Smells lovely. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I'll mention it on stream, because I'm going to go make a coffee in a minute. I know I said I would a minute ago, and I haven't. So, those of you might remember we've partnered up with Rajado Coffee, and they have made a blend of coffee for flight simmers, and called APU, and they're doing a deal where if you're in the UK and you're happy to pay the shipping, if you use a code, which I don't have to hand, at checkout, you can get a bag for free. You have to pay the shipping though. Then you can try it. I think they just want to get their coffee in front of as many people as possible, really, because it's always hard when you bring out something new and people have got their own habits. In fact, every time I mention it, people are always quick to tell me what they already use, which is kind of proof, isn't it, that people like what they like and probably wouldn't maybe not change instantly. So yeah, they're offering you a free bag until the end of the year. One per customer, one time only, UK only. You just got to pay the shipping. Good coffee though. Grumpy's got some, and Grumpy approves, and if Grumpy approves, then, well, it must be alright. So, yeah, I very much enjoy it. Have I streamed with the Pimax? If yes, how did you capture the image? I used SteamVR before. in my stream. Does this work for Pimax? So Pimax advised me not to use Steam VR as the runtime. In the Pimax Play app, you can switch the Steam VR runtime for OpenXR. So they advised me to do that. Now, in Sim Update 3, so on my TV in front of me, if I go into VR mode, I get this kind of weird, like, left-right, so I can see both eyes of the VR headset kind of 50-50 on my screen. Which obviously, if I captured that and streamed it, everyone would be like, what the hell is this? Sim Update 4, they've changed it. So you get like one eye's worth of stuff on the monitor. Which means I could just carry on capturing my screen and just stream that. Which is what I did for the last video where I did the landing challenge. Admittedly, the field of view is a bit wide. So maybe you want to zoom in a little bit. That could be a way to do it. But yeah, again, just another massive win for Sim Update 4, to be quite honest with you. Absolute win. Beforehand, because I've got a separate streaming PC, it was really, really, really annoying. Because I'd have to capture the VR headset in OBS on my Sim PC using a plugin in OBS that will take one eye of the VR headset, crop into it, capture that, then send it over my network via NDI to my streaming PC, which will then stream it. And it's just such a faff. And then quite often, like, NDI would just flake out and I'd end up getting, you know, jittery content. So yeah. Sim Update 4 is the gift that keeps giving. What else is there in Sim Update 4? I don't know. I feel like there could be just so much stuff. I mean, frame check. I've capped my frames at 60 because I'm on a 60 hertz monitor. So, okay, fair enough. It just dipped a little bit then. We're just basically at 60, aren't we? Occasional little blips. Nothing to write home about though, is it? Faultless, pretty much. Do I have a stream schedule? Usually Tuesdays and Thursdays. This time. Would you even notice a difference in flight sim between 60 and 90? No, I wouldn't say so. What graphics settings do I use? It's a tuned down version of Ultra, pretty much. I started with Ultra and just pared it back a little bit. Because there are some settings that you can turn down and it makes no difference to the visual fidelity, but it does give you back a few frames, so certain things are definitely worth it. But yeah, I don't think you'd notice between 60 and 90, to be quite honest. I really don't. It's like... Well, I mean, just look. look at what's in front of you. You've got some clouds going past at the slowest possible rate I've ever seen. So, yeah, it's not like we're playing Call of Duty, is it? Where frames can legitimately win games. I know that's what Nvidia wants you to think, but I do think there is some truth to it. I need more RAM for 24, I've got 16 gigs. Yeah, I would agree with you. I mean, I struggled with 32. Going 32 to 64 was big help. Big help. Right, where am I? And where's Grumpy? Grumpy's still ahead. Okay, I'm going to go make a very quick coffee. Looks like we're all clear at the moment for any ATC, and we will... and I'm going to get some paracetamol as well because I've got a headache. I woke up with a headache today. I noticed my throat feeling a bit weird. I was trying to record some audio for a video the other night. Was it Tuesday night? And I got to the last paragraph of what I was trying to say, and I couldn't say it. Just my voice just went... Ugh. And I sort of cleared my throat, went, try that again. Got to like the second word, and the same thing happened. So I think I could be cruising for a bruising here, to be honest. What RAM do I use? DDR5 6000 CL30 Corsair stuff. Non-RGB though, because I well, I've got a, what do they call it? Peerless Assassin cooler, which just covers it all up anyway. So there was no point paying extra for the RGB. Right, guys, coffee time. I will pop you a nice view up on telly. It's my northern accent. I'll see you in a minute. Have fun. Grumpy, you're in charge. I'm back. Yeah, Rajado coffee / air not. If anybody wants a Rajado coffee, and use code. Let me find that code for you all in a minute. Yeah, it's getting hot in here. 26 degrees, thanks to my PC slowly cooking me like a frog. Where is it? Where is it? It's here somewhere. Yeah, so use the code AIRNOT 998VA. Victor Alpha. At checkout. That'll get you a free bag of APU coffee. If you're a UK customer. One time only. If you're happy to pay the postage. And an expensive hobby. It's really weird, like, my wife and I were talking about it the other night. About, like, just that we don't really want anything. Like, we just don't want any stuff. And I was like, well, the only thing I want is just, like, flight sim stuff, to be honest. Like, I don't care about the car that we have. I don't care about the clothes that I wear. And, like, evidently, I'm in the same, like, hoodie every time I stream. Don't really care about, like, having, like, fancy food from the supermarket. I don't really care about, you know, anything, really. Just a nice PC and some sim gear, and I'm pretty much happy.
For a RNAV 04 landing into Larnaca.
Grumpy, I only caught the last few words of that. What GPU have I got? 7900 XTX. Has to sell the children's livers to get his gear. Well, this is the weird thing now. It's like, and I feel terrible saying this because it sounds like a bit of an arsehole thing to say, but like the one thing that I used to save up money for, quite a lot of the time now I don't have to because brands want to send it to you. Which I know is going to trigger some people, and you know, people aren't going to like that, but... And honestly, it probably would be more cost effective.
Following me who has radio problems, descending now to flight level 130 at Paphos.
Roger, AirNot 232. Yeah, it probably would be more cost effective for me to have just saved up the money and to bought the stuff, versus spending 3.5 years of my life relentlessly building up a channel. Like, I'm not advising that you all do this. Like, it's a very long, hard road just for a joystick. To be honest, you're probably better off just to go and buy the joystick. It's probably the easiest route for you. Yeah, it's weird. It's all very weird. Once you get to a certain point on YouTube, just like brands, just... I mean, like I was saying to Grumpy last night, I got offered a treadmill, a rowing machine, and an exercise bike last night. That, because apparently my content was just so well aligned. It's like... What the hell? Dylan on TikTok says, dude, why did you buy me as a follower? Sorry, Dylan. I just went to the cheapest section, and I guess that must have... you must have got scooped up in that. I went to the worst followers section. Lo and behold, Dylan. There you are. I'm joking. Nice to see you, Dylan. You're right, mate. I guess I could do a stream like Flight Sim, but when I stop running, the plane crashes. I could fit one of those like electricity things onto the treadmill. Finally got the A380 set up at Larnaca. Linkers, you've been there for ages, mate. Did I see the latest dev stream for the Aerosoft A340? Makes me think it will be out soon, and that thing will be classed with Tolis on board. Yes. However, the Aerosoft side of that equation troubles me. If all Aerosoft are doing is the model, the 3D model, and everything else, that's Tolis's job, well then maybe we'll be alright. Maybe we'll be alright. I was watching an old episode, it reminds me of an old episode of Top Gear that came on the other day. Like my kid's gotten into old episodes of Top Gear on iPlayer, and he was watching one. And Clarkson was there doing like the news when they used to sit there doing the news. And they were talking about this collaboration between Mazda and Alfa Romeo. And apparently, Mazda were going to design the car and Alpha were going to be involved in the construction of the car. And it's like, that is completely the wrong way around, isn't it? Like Clarkson was saying, like anything to do with building the car, electronics, welding, that's Mazda's job. Like, we don't want Alpha doing any of that. So as long as, yeah, I guess as long as the workload is split up nicely appropriately between Tollis and Aerosoft. I mean, it could be good for Aerosoft. It could be good for them to kind of get their feet wet again, because I feel like their A330, excuse me, was not good. Oh, sorry, Linkus. Sorry, misunderstood you. Nice PC isn't far off the price of a car, though. I guess it depends what car. But yeah, I take your point. Still using the new Moser throttle. That's promising. I'm quite interested in it myself. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it. Like, this is the first time out with it with the 777. But to be honest, like, with the 777, you do even less with the throttle than you do with the Airbus. Because I know the Airbus, you pretty much remain in the climb gate for 98% of your flight, basically, don't you? Therefore, you don't touch it. Therefore, does it really matter that much? Because obviously you put it into climb, or you go to like flex or toga, then into climb, then you don't touch it. Then you just go climb to idle when it's time to touch down. With the 777, it will automatically bring the throttles to idle, and so you don't even need to do that bit. So yes, it's here, but I'm probably not going to... Well, I'll flick the levers up to go into reverse. I'll manage the reverse thrust. That's pretty much all I'll do. 737 though, when PMDG come out. Also, if you haven't watched, what's it called? Sky? Is it Sky Blue Radio? RSR was on there yesterday doing an interview. Really good conversation. Really, really good conversation. I recommend. It's about an hour long, but just, yeah, it's always interesting listening to RSR talk. I think he's very, very switched on, very interesting guy. Lots of little details. Right, I'm going to go to 130. The key takeaway is that he said the 737 will be out by the end of the year, and that might sound like, oh, the end of the year, that's like only 6 weeks. So, he did say maybe one of the variants, I don't know, I'm presuming the 600 might kick over to January time, but that's pretty good going, I would say. Greetings from Ireland. Nice. My profile picture is me standing inside the engine of a 777. Used to work on them. That's awesome, man. That's really awesome. Also, I really want to go back to Ireland. Air 232, flight level 400, descending now for flight level 130. I guess it depends how you define it, Grumpy, because the Phoenix gave us a compatible version, didn't they? Which I'm very, very grateful for, don't get me wrong. But yeah, take your point. I want to go back to Ireland. I love Ireland. Something about Ireland. You know? It's got a vibe. Definitely has a vibe. Come to Cork. I went to Cork when I was a kid. That's where the Blarney Castle is, isn't it? Is it the Blarney Stone? Is that where the Blarney Stone is? I remember we went there as a kid on holiday and my dad had to go there and kiss the Blarney Stone. Drag required. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Right, descent checklist. Recall is checked. Our auto brake. We are going to landing en route into Larnaca 04. Import the aircraft details. Import the weather. We'll calculate that. Auto brakes 3 will get us stopped nicely. Maybe we can get off by Bravo, if not Charlie. That should be fine. Speed brake extended. I know, it's because you told me to extend it. 1, 2, 3. Auto brake 3 is selected. Our landing data will do a flaps. We'll do flaps 30. 137 knots. And our minimums is going to be... Am I a Class C plane still as a 777 or am I a D? It's either 289 or 2... It's either 300 or 310. Stansted to Cork. Yeah, Cork's a nice one. Come to Galway. I've been to Galway. Loved Galway. So I used to work in Tullamore for a long period of time. Well, not for a long period of time. A long time ago. I worked there for a few months. It was a good time. It really was. Got a load of family in Ireland as well, which is cool. But yeah, Tullamore's great. We were working for the radio station there, Midlands 103. So we were moving them from their studio that was at the time in the centre of town upstairs in like a little mini shopping mall, and they'd got themselves a big industrial unit on the edge of town where they were going to have a whole new suite of studios, so we were putting all that up and then moving them across. Really cool. Good people. Damn, we're descending at quite a lick, aren't we? Really not confident about this landing. Do I know how to solve the 24 stuck on loading screen? Yeah, lots of people are complaining about that this morning, so I'm surprised I managed to get in myself, to be honest with you. Lots of people across my YouTube and Twitch are all complaining about it, so it's not just you, LD. I wish I had a better answer for you. But I don't. Yeah, does anyone know if the 777 is a Category C or Category D airplane? You reckon the PS5 beta testers are the reason? Poor old PS5 people. Okay, I'm going to go down to 4,000 for Rimex. It's a D. Okay, so that'll be 310 then. On the minimums. We're descending quite rapidly, aren't we? Are we going to be on Grumpy's tail if we're not careful? Yes, we blimmin' well are. Okay, let's go to 250 knots. Because I bet Grumpy's doing a cost index. Might be worth holding at... Cursor, maybe? How do we do a hold in this thing? Probably the hold page. Next hold. Cursor. Larnaca traffic A 232. We're going to hold at cursor until flight level 110 to give a bit of separation to the aircraft in front. Larnaca traffic. Yeah, it's all good, Grumpy. I figured I'll do a hold. Right online. I don't know much about computers, but for Flight Sim, if you buy a GPU, should you buy the expensive version with the best cooling, or is that not worth it? Generally, in my experience, it's generally not worth it. Yeah. Like, for example, my 7900 XTX is the Power Color Hellhound, which is their budget model. Like, the Gigabyte card that I had my 3070, that was the Eagle, which again was their budget model. I generally feel like you can spend so much more on getting like the ROG Strix of a certain version of card, and before you know it, it's like, well, you're almost up into the next tier of card. Like, if you could spend as much on a top end 3070 as you could on a low end 3080 if you're not careful. So it's like, yeah, I would never really bother with that, to be honest. OG's just got in to the sim, so it's not everybody. How's about that for a view? I just love that I can keep an eye on this. I can see exactly what the plane's doing. It's really nice. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to print a bezel for this because I'm not sure my print bed's big enough. It's server related, is it? Okay. Fair enough. Do it in two halves. And do what? Glue it? Yeah, this is so cool. I love this. Well, that's the other thing, Eagle. It's like you could spend loads more on an ROG version of a graphics card, or you could put in a CPU upgrade, or you could do another 16 gigs of RAM or 32 gigs of RAM, or maybe not now because the DDR5 prices have gone through the roof, but plenty of time. Ah, there's the old A380. Look. Thoughts on where we're going to go? Actually, while we're holding, we can think about that. So we're going to land into 04. Never done an RNAV in the 777, so it may be that we have to bail and do a visual approach if I can't figure that out. Probably going to come off on Bravo or Alpha. Where would the cargo be? I mean, there's the main terminal. Not entirely clear. GA's up here. Maybe they don't have a cargo area as such. Maybe then I will... Don't click approach. What, for an RNAV? Okay. What will click and approach do if I do click it? Yeah, so basically down to the terminal on Charlie and we'll just pick a gate. I'll probably go over to apron 1. Stand 1, something like that. Get away from the main terminal building. Cargo is at apron 2, is it? Oh. Maybe then I'll go to stand... Be appropriate, I wonder. Only difference was the temps. Yeah. Okay, I think we're getting ready to exit the hold. Exit armed. So hopefully then when we pass over cursor, we'll exit. $54 miles, track miles to Larnaca. Should be Larnaca traffic, Air 232 exiting the hold at Cursor, now proceeding to a RNAV runway 04 approach via Rimex, Larnaca traffic. Invalid entry. Is it going to let us go at Cursor, or is it going to loop us around again? Exit armed is what it says. Come on, let us go. Otherwise it would be a direct to Gitbro. Yeah, it's done it. Nice! Cairo, Darren. We're off to Cairo. Darren, do you own the aircraft that you're trying to view? Because you need to have the aircraft installed and you need to own it. Right, let's go down to 4,000 feet. Because, for example, Grumpy owns the PMDG 737-700. However, what he doesn't own is the 800, which is the one that I use. So he has a job to see me, even though he owns a 737. What's the local QNH? 1014. Get the lights on then. Let's do them all at once so I don't forget. Okay, VRF minimums. Approach briefing is complete. Approach, we've done our altimeters. So we need our speed brake armed, landing gear down, flaps 30, then our landing checklist will be complete. Let's slow now to speed 220. What are we flying? We are in the 777. Someone says, "What's up, brush?" They meant to say bruh.
Larnaca traffic, Air 56 Tango, 10 mile final, 04.
Don't bin it, Grumpy, will you? Don't be binning it. I was using the Phoenix, and I think you guys are also using the Phoenix, but it still shows as American Airlines. And you've got the Air Not livery installed, and you can spawn in the Air Not livery as yourself, correct? Was I'm in 3, 2, 1. Oh, don't shift control. Don't say that. Don't say that. It'd be very, very sad. Right, how do I do some fix rings? Let's do a bit of 777 practice here, because I haven't done a lot. Fix? Oh, there you go, look. LC... What is it? LC... LK. 04? No, okay. LCLK then, I guess. If I just do that. Okay. We do 10? Slash 10? Cheers, one! There we go. Now we do slash 15. So I'm a bit confused. Okay, we need to be at 4,000 or above at Rimax, so we'll keep that in mind. I spawned one of your liveries and I've installed them all into the community folder. And you've set the VMR files up, Darren, because that is absolutely crucial. You must set the VMR files up. VMR files don't live in the community folder. They just need to go anywhere on your computer. That could be your My Documents folder, could be your desktop, as long as you leave them where you put them. Then you need to go into vPilot, go to the model matching section, go to advanced rules or custom rules, and then add the VMR files that are stored somewhere on your machine. You've got to type RW04. Oh, okay, fine. Go around procedure then is straight ahead, then turn right to Amako, climb into 2000, contact ATC. Cheers, Boeing. Appreciate you. Oh, man. The probability of this landing sucking is high. Very, very high. Thank you, Ritz. Welcome on in. Appreciate it. Yeah, I don't feel like the takeoff was that great. I feel like I was all over the place with the yoke, because I haven't really flown yoke for a long time, because it's all been... We've just gone so deep into the Phoenix, and ever since getting the AB9 and the FS Project stick and getting it all built into this pedestal, all I've wanted to fly is the Phoenix. And we're definitely paying the price now. By sucking in the 777. Is Grumpy down? Pretty part of the world to land in there, this, isn't it? So am I going to get any sort of markers? You say don't press the approach mode. Is it literally just follow the FDs? I've put all the VMR files into my documents folder called vPilot files. That's where C Drive installed them in vPilot and still no luck. And you've pointed to them as well. You have to manually point to them with vPilot.
Taxi into stand 31 via Charlie and Lima.
The screen for the PFD and ND, I literally just got it yesterday. It's from Amazon. It's made by a firm called Pretchen, so I'm told. One of these like Amazon sort of no-name things. Seems alright though. £75. I thought I'd give it a whirl. Right. It's about to get real. It says VNAV path, so that means you're on the RNAV. Good. Let's go down to 2,000 feet then. Shall we? Go speed 180. Get our first bit of flaps on the go. Right, how far have I got to go until the runway? London traffic, Air 232 on a 15-mile final for runway 04 London traffic. Go flaps 5. Possibly doing flaps too early. Kind of panicking. I'd rather be set up early than late, if you know what I mean. Get the volume up. Let's hear that sound pack, shall we? So in theory then I can just follow the flight directors all the way down. Oh, well, at least I've got the screen here, I can keep an eye on it. Let's go speed 160. On the speed brake. Can we go beyond flaps 5 without getting a warning? I think we can.
2500.
Yeah. Should we get gear down? Let's get ourselves configured nice and early. Go speed 145. Do 137. Let's take control, shall we? Whoops. So the flight directors are not helping us. London traffic, 4-mile final for 04 NL232. Come on. So is it only RNAV down to that last waypoint, then it's visual? Is that how it works?
1000.
Okay, 3 reds. Feels like we're just dipping a little bit. Come on.
400.
God, it's been so long since I've flown this 777. This feels absolutely alien. I mean, shame on me for not flying it, really, more than I have. Because it is absolutely wonderful. Come on, keep it going. Minimums, continue. Just over to the left a little bit.
200.
You need to sort of push your nose down a bit at a certain point, don't you?
100. 50. 30. 20. 10.
Go on. And reversers. 260 feet per minute, that's alright, I'll take that. First one out in the Boeing 777 in a while. Fairly respectable, I would say. 80 knots. Stow the reversers. Now, because we're going cargo, we can basically just keep it rocking and a rolling all the way down here. Need to get a keybind to disarm my auto brakes. That wasn't too shabby. It was alright, I'm happy with that. Quite happy with that. Not entirely sure what the scenery is going to do for us though. Look at traffic, Air 232 vacating at Charlie. Not too bad. I'll take that. Yeah, we should really probably get the any build scenery for here, but I'm just loathed to buy any scenery right now, given that Black Friday's coming. Do you know what I mean? Okay. And Larnaca traffic, Air 232, runway 04 vacated, taxiing to stand on apron 2, Larnaca traffic. Okay. Let's get those speed brakes away. APU on. Strobes off. Now, where am I going to go? I don't know where to go. Not sure this scenery is helping out particularly either. Straight ahead onto Bravo 7. I think, like a coward, is probably going to be my plan. What do I prefer, yoke or Airbus stick? That's a really interesting question because I've flown so much stick recently that I would probably say stick, but I do actually like flying with the yoke. I just think I've gotten so used to it. 0 suitable parking spaces, brilliant. Okay, I'm just going to go straight ahead. I know it looks like on the scenery I'm doing the wrong thing, but if you look at the chart, I think I'm doing the right thing. So your minimums are 310, you would set 400 on the MCP initially. Why 400? Just out of interest? Okay, I'm going to keep going a little bit further. That'll do. Okay. APU is running. Shut down. Parking brake is set. The APU is running so we can lose the engines, I believe. Go. And the hydraulic panel. Can we turn all that off? Fuel pumps off. And we can request ground power. God, I'm all over the place doing this. Set the chocks. Request ground power, connecting, and we'll take those two. Good. I'm not going to secure it. Can I do a checklist reset? Normal. Resets. Reset normal. Pre-flight. There we go. Now we can do a next flight. That wasn't too bad. Does going back to non-force feedback feel strange? Yeah, a little bit. Little bit. Little bit. Yeah, so what's Eagle saying? If you fly an RNAV approach, you have to set the minimums on the MCP altitude. Then when passing more than 300 feet below the go-around altitude, you can select the go-around altitude on the MCP and it will keep following the nav in that case. Got it. Okay, cool. So your minimums are 310. You would set 400. Why 400? Why would it be 400? Why would it not be 310 out of interest? Do you round up to like the nearest 100 or something? Oh gee, I don't think there's any freeware for Larnaca. Just placed an order for the Rosefire A106 overhead. Any thoughts? No, I haven't tried it, although they are relentless at emailing me. Relentless. Having seen other creators use it and having seen just the general vibe I've gotten from them over email, I'm not sure I particularly want to. Good times. Right. Can we request deboarding? Is it going to do it? I feel like I'm all on my own down here, because Grumpy's all the way down there. But yeah, I definitely feel like Bill's Larnaca might be on the... If that goes on sale on Black Friday, I'll probably pick that up. That'll be my plan, I think. I'd like to get Newcastle, I'd like to get Prague, I'd like to get Larnaca. Istanbul, there's a good enough freeware. Do I think the Thrustmaster Boeing yoke is worth it? Yeah, it's a good yoke. I would keep an eye on it on Black Friday as well, because you'll probably get some deals. Out of curiosity, how much do you get paid per sponsorship to review a product? I don't. Yeah, I wouldn't charge for a review. I feel the minute you charge for a review, like the whole game is just screwed. Like, no way would I charge for a review. They're welcome to send me the product, and I'm always willing to send it back. But half the time they're just, well, pretty much all the time they're just like, nah, just keep it. Because I guess it's just not worth the hassle of arranging a courier, and particularly if it's like going back to China, that could cost a lot of money. But yeah, I would never charge for a review. It's no longer a review at that point. It's a sponsored piece of content. Now that's different. If somebody wants to sponsor, that's a whole different conversation, and yeah, obviously it would vary on a number of factors and the integration type and so on and so forth. But yeah, never charge for if someone's charging for a review, I would be like, ugh. I mean, Pimax have sponsored videos, and when it came to review the Crystal Super, we were both, it was really nice that we were both on the same page. Like, we were like, well, this can't be sponsored. Like, you can't pay for this one. You just have to send it. You can do content with it afterwards, sponsored. Like, if you want me to look into, I don't know, foveated rendering and do a video about that, and you want to sponsor it, that's fine. But for the review, no. You can't change, money can't change hands on that one, I'm afraid. Because that would be very bad. Very, very bad. Because what am I going to do? I'm just going to say it's good, aren't I? Well, I wouldn't, because I wouldn't do it in the first place. But imagine if you did take money, if someone took money for it, it's going to be a really awkward conversation to be like, yeah, so I did a review on your product. I told everyone it wasn't very good. Now you owe me money. The brand would be like, but we paid you. It's like, yeah, but I didn't like it. It's like, yeah, but we paid you. Yeah, don't charge for reviews. In a lot of ways, I'd much rather some of the brands would be more willing to take the products back, because if I keep it, I owe the tax on it. So I owe 20% of its value on my tax bill. So actually, you could argue that it costs me money to review products. Because, you know, like take the Moser AB9. That was like £700 worth of kit that turned up, and they were like, you can keep it. So 20% on 700 is £140. Have I made £140 off of ad revenue on that video? Nope. Now, getting an AB9 for 140 quid on your tax bill is still a very good deal. I'm not complaining. But at the same time, you need to be careful about what you accept, because if you just say, like, to every brand, yeah, over here, boys, send it over, then all of a sudden you're going to get a massive tax bill. Or you lie about it. But then I don't know why you would do that, because, like, the evidence is literally there on your channel. HMRC could look at my channel and be like, okay, here's all your reviews you've done. We've looked up the RRPs on all the items. Why is that not on your tax return? At least here in the UK, if you are given a product by a company, that's considered a barter transaction, because they've given you a free product in exchange for the content, essentially. That's the deal, isn't it? Therefore, the value of the product becomes taxable. In the same way that if I was to invoice £1,000, I would owe 20% income tax on that £1,000, so 20% to the government, 80% to me. The value of the RRP product is considered the same thing. So yeah, you say like a win-win product for free would be... imagine if like WinWing sent me all their stuff for free. I don't know what it's worth. Let's say altogether it's worth like £900. It's like, okay, so that's actually 180, because 20% of 900 is 180. Still a great deal if you actually want it. If I'm actually going to put it in my setup. Whereas if a random brand just emails me being like, hey, we got this new joystick, it's worth 500 quid, do you want to try it? It's like, well, I've got the AB9 and that's basically the best there is. So actually, probably not. It's really difficult. It's really difficult. Unless they're willing to just loan it to me. I'll do it on a loan, because then I don't owe the tax on it, because it's literally... I get it, I give it back. That's done. The other option, I suppose, is to sell it. To sell the items afterwards. Right, we need to get down to Cairo, rather than talking about my tax affairs. Right, let's close the flight. Oh my god, I've just cost the airline like 30 grand because there wasn't enough cargo out of Istanbul to Larnaca. Great touchdown though. Oh, Grumpy's not going to be happy, is he? Little bit late on the touchdown, I'll admit. That was alright though, it's quite tidy. Right, cargo flight. We are going from LC, LK, Cairo. God, Hacker, isn't it? That's the one I want. I'm going to try and get gone by... If I put in 12:20, if we're ready by 12:10, then that'll be alright. Sorry, Grumpy. Forgiveness, please. What's the screen with the indicators? It's just a cheap screen off of Amazon. £75. Bish bash bosh. Turned up yesterday. I very much enjoy it. Grumpy, what runway were you thinking of doing? Because it's got me on 2-3 left. And you're saying if we go 0-5, we get to see the pyramids. And given that we're going all this way, it might be quite nice to see the pyramids. Where am I going? That's the one. Oh, I don't know, Grumpy. That's almost 10 knots tailwind. I think it's going to have to be 2-3, isn't it? Cairo. Have I been using WinWing? No, I've got a Wing Flex thing over here. But not WinWing. Yeah, we're on VATSIM. And yes, it's a 777 throttle quadrant. And real name, it's Moser MTQ throttle. Damn, this is a big airport. Is that literally like regular buildings nestled within the airport? Yeah, 2-3. Okay, so I'm on 2-3 left. It wants me on 2-2 out of Larnaca now. I did notice it was transitioning to a bit of a tailwind into Larnaca. Yeah, the wind has changed, doesn't it? That's definitely changed. Okay, so SimBrief has got it absolutely bang on. Pretty cool. All right, let's accept that then, and we will pre-file this on VATSIM. Not sure at which point I can stop typing callsign air not, because we are a VATSIM affiliate now, so it shouldn't be long and they should know who we are. Like, it should come up on their systems because we're like on the database for VATSIM. And we've got an audit apparently in December to see if we can become an official VATSIM partner, at which point we would be eligible for all of our liveries to be included in FSLTL, which would be flipping awesome, wouldn't it? How cool would that be? That would be so cool. Okay, I'm just going to disconnect from VATSIM and reconnect real quick. Right, Brian, oxygen test complete. Flight instruments, heading and altimeter. Haven't we got that far yet? Let's go down here. Let's do electronic flight bag. You're getting the wind, wing, throttle, etc. when it's back in stock. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, I might treat myself to it in the new year. Get Christmas out the way first. And see what pennies I'm left with. If any. Right, take off. Larnaca 22. Import from the aircraft. Actually, no, we don't want to do that yet, do we? We want to go to the ident page. POSINIT is good. So we are at LK... LCLK. No idea what gate we're at, to be quite honest with you. And we will do a route request. SimBrief. So we'll set the payload. We'll set the fuel. Route requesting. Grumpy does not like red, Joanna, you're quite right. Let's load that in. How to fix squawk not changing? No? Is that a VATSIM issue? I had that a while back. I think it might be a VATSIM issue if you're on VATSIM, because I had a controller say, like, I was at Stansted and I was getting ready to go and the controller was like, oh, can you set your squawk? And I was like, I have. And he was like, you sure? I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure. And then it was something on his end, I think. Very weird. Okay, so we're going to do the ILS for 2-3 left into Cairo. After Murphy, Grumpy, are you going to just vector out? Is that your plan? Just says squawk 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so you have to kind of just come down and change the numbers. Right. I'll set mine to 2000 to indicate to any controller that might bump into me that I have not been assigned a squawk yet. Okay, let's activate that flight plan route. I can feel my voice going. That's good. Perfinite data. Let's accept that and we'll do our 0 fuel weight. Good. Let's bring the EFB over here. So, TO2 takeoff rating. How if I did a new calculation? TO2, flaps 5, select temp 49. Then we'll do our departures. We'll do runway 22, and we are on the Amida 1 Delta. That will do. Back to the index. To the arrival, we're going to do ILS 23 left. And there's no stars, is there? So I'm not going to do any transition either. We'll just vector ourselves after a waypoint called Murphy. I'll show you on the charts in a minute what I mean by that. So now we go back to here. We do a flaps 5 takeoff. Center of gravity is done. 133, 137, 142, 133, 147, 142. So the EFB and the prediction in the FMC are agreeing with each other. That's good. That's what we want. That is looking pretty tidy, I think. Okay, let's get the APU fired in that case. Oh, the APU's on. How embarrassing. Okay, in that case, we can get the right elect pump into auto. Let's get the fuel pumps on. Oh, GR equals alternate graphic. I did not know that. Did not know that. That's cool. So, let's get some charts up. Out of Larnaca, on the Amida, we need to go to 4,000 feet initially, so we'll put 4,000 in the window. Runway heading is... What's the runway heading? Info, runway, 220, literally bang on. Anything I'll say with this 777, it feels like when you scroll with your mouse wheel there's some acceleration and it's kind of hard sometimes to get it figured out. Eagle, are you still there in Twitch? Oh, Roy, you're there as well. God, sorry, Roy, I missed you. How you doing, Roy? Parking brake is set. It is set. Parking brake is set. Why is it saying it's not set? Hey, well done, Joanna. AB9 inbound. Why isn't my parking brake setting? What's going on? Are you going centre, Grumpy, are you? Okay, fair enough. We override an item. I guess we'll have to. Okay, V2 heading, track and altitude's been set. Takeoff speeds are set. CDU pre-flight has been set. Trim, we need to do 375. Trim is set. Taxi briefing is going to be for me. Charlie down to hotel. It's looking pretty good. That's looking pretty good. How's the Boeing flight going? It's alright, Hawk, we're getting there. I mean, the quality of the aircraft you can't fault. Like, it's like PMDG is just such a quality yeah, such a quality plane. Cheers, Tiger. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Right, let's reset the minimums. Oh, that's good enough, Joanna. That normally means it's fairly close, doesn't it? Jolly good. Okay then. Do we need to get the doors shut? Close all the doors. Tiger says, hey, I'm thinking of getting Navigraph and I currently use the Lufthansa systems built into charts. Yep, that's fair enough. I personally prefer Navigraph, mostly because I can run it on an external monitor. Just over here on my left, I've got like a little touchscreen monitor and I've got like a moving map, and I really like it. And for me, I do enough simming that it doesn't really bother me to spend the money. Why are my doors being weird? Don't say it, Grumpy. Okay, let's release the ground power. Let's remove the chocks. What runway have I selected? 22. Oh yeah. Duh. Yeah, I don't need to go all the way down to Charlie. I just need to basically push back and go to Alpha. That'll do. Okay, beacon light on. I'm going to get GSX ready to push and start me, I think. And have a little mini cheddar.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
I think I need to change my sub goal on Twitch. Hey, Bobby. Why is my door keeping on opening?
Completed. Bypass pins inserted.
What the hell? Does anyone know why my door keeps opening? There you go, now it's closing.
Locking gear.
Right, I just need to reload Sim Toolkit Pro to then give us our data again. Yeah, I feel like every time I look at my Twitch sub goal, I look at it and I think, oh, I've got 15, but I haven't. I've got like 20 something, but that 15 stands out to me visually. So I might change the 15 to say the 20 something, if that makes sense. Do you all feel the same way when you look at it? So obviously 15 is the low end of that range that the graph is calibrated to, and 20, or 30 rather, is the high end. But I feel like that number's not standing out.
Good traffic and not 56 Tango. Push and start, stand 31, facing
Do you know what I mean?
northwest on Lima.
Oh god, what do I want to do? Probably nose right, tail left. Interrupt pushback. Change direction. There's a door open again. It bloody has as well. It must be something I'm doing.
Navigraph traffic, not 82, pushing back from stand 42, facing eastbound Lima Charlie.
And then I arm it? Do I have to arm it? Nose right, tail left. Line for traffic, Airnaut 232, pushing back, nose right, tail left, apron 2. I still got the chocks on. Remove chocks.
Please park your please. All engines clear. Start at will.
Starting at will. Automate ground ops. What does that mean? At a glance, I would read 15 being the current number. Yeah, it's not. It's like 20 something. GSX has been wonky. Surely not. It's a page in your FEB. FMC. EFB. Jay's got the same glitch. Okay. No idea where it's going to take me. Cheers, Bobby. How do we automate ground ops then?
Navigraph traffic, Airnaut 56 Tango, taxiing the holding point runway 22 via Lima Charlie.
Please set parking brakes.
What do I do then? How do I get rid of it? Is the PMDG better than the A350? I would say definitely. You'll get different opinions, but like PMDG are just like... PMDG are for Boeing what Phoenix is for the Airbus. And any builds I would say are like in between. Just my personal opinion.
Unlocking gear.
So once GSX leaves us alone, I think we'll be alright. Do engine 2.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass being removed.
2 flaps 5.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Damn, that sounds good, doesn't it? Cheers, Rager. fan of the mud brown interior. This is a classic leather finish, this is. Okay, the door is now open. Again. I don't know what to do here. Should be able to alternate between off and custom. And then what? Is that it? Will that do it? Just putting it into custom? Hopefully that'll do it. Alright, let's get rid of that APU. And we'll get the taxi light on. London traffic, Air 232, taxiing to holding point Alpha for runway 22 via Charlie Whiskey, Charlie Victor, Charlie and Alpha. London traffic. The door's opened again. What's going on? Right, hopefully that's the last time now. That's it.
London traffic, Air 2, taxiing to runway.
Okay, let's refresh the flight directors.
Lima Charlie Whiskey Charlie, following the company traffic, Air 2.
Atlantic traffic, Air 6 Romeo Tango, pushing back, tail right onto Lima Charlie.
Oh shoot.
Atlantic traffic.
It's a mistake. I think I accidentally clicked something I shouldn't. Ah yes, that's what I did. I accidentally hit the toga button on my throttle. And the door is open again. For goodness sake! Right, auto taxi, flight controls are not checked. Looking good, flight controls are checked.
London traffic under the airline 261, push and start facing south.
Okay. Parking brake is not set. There we go. Nothing wrong with this Boeing, Grumpy. So we're going to do a little loop around here, essentially. Is this 2020 or 24? It's 24. Yeah, some scenery here wouldn't go amiss, would it? Not really. If you haven't hit the like button so far, guys, please do it. Otherwise, I'll do a bad landing. It's very, very important. Okay, now we're going to Charlie Victor. Like, subscribe, share, all that YouTube stuff, Twitch stuff, TikTok stuff, whatever it is, whatever the button. It all really, really helps. So where is... Ah, you know what I nearly forgot? Start new sky. Where is everyone? They're on the roll. I'm going to let them go first. Can't see him though.
Not 2, 3.
Is that lightning I just saw?
Please, you go in front. You'll be the fastest.
Roger, Wilco, and up 232. Concerning that I can't see them. Oh, they're there. Grumpy's just spawned behind my pillar.
Yes, lightning. It's to the north of the airfield.
It's right where we're going. Do I use any camera or instrument view tools? Well, I've got this little screen that I've set up. So that's kind of new. That's only like a day old though. That turned up last night at like 6:30 from Amazon, so I rushed out here to try and set it up last night. Oh, more lightning. We might get a zap. God, it's doing it again. Right, let's have a little check for traffic. Is there anybody coming?
Atlantic traffic, Aeronaut 6 Romeo Tango, taxiing Lima Charlie to holding point Alpha runway 22, Atlantic traffic.
Atlantic traffic, Aeronaut 232, lining up runway 22 for a Amida 1 Delta departure, Atlantic traffic. What throttle is it? That's a Moser MTQ. There's a full review on the channel if you want to learn more of all the details. I'm going to take the full runway length here, I believe. Have I got any scenery for Cairo? Well, apparently Gaia did a handcrafted version, which will hopefully be good enough for me. Wake turbulence not a thing in the sim. Yes, it is. It is in 24.
Atlantic traffic, Middle East Airlines 261, taxiing runway 22.
There's Ken. Okay. Atlantic traffic, Airnaut 232, taking off runway 22, Edema 1 Delta, Atlantic traffic. Bit of forward yoke pressure then.
Atlantic traffic, Airnaut 56, Tango, line up 22.
Flex takeoff. Keep that yoke pressure. Wow, look at that lightning. Release the yoke pressure. Got right past my V1 speed there. Did we not get a V1 rotate call out? I was kind of waiting for that. Positive climb, gear up. Oh, look at that water.
London traffic, Nordic 2 at holding point Alpha, awaiting the departure.
Okay, let's see if I can do a better job of flying the departure this time. Let's go flaps 1.
Airnaut 82, this is Airnaut 56 Tango, just waiting for about another 30 seconds for a bit of separation.
Yeah, roger that. Thank you.
Atlantica traffic Airnaut 232 passing 3,500 on the Edema 1 Delta departure, Atlantica traffic. Okay, flaps away. Feeling a bit smoother this time round. I feel like I've got a bit more control over the plane, whereas I really didn't on the way out of Istanbul.
Atlantica traffic Airnaut 56 Tango, takeoff runway 22, Edema 1 Delta departure.
Okay, now we're going to be cruising at flight level 400, wasn't it? So we will... 380 in fact. Atlantica traffic Airnaut 232, climbing now flight level 380, final call Atlantica traffic.
London traffic, Airnaut 82, taking left runway 22, and awaiting for
Hold
separation.
on. Why is it doing that? There we go, VNAV speed. After Cairo, are we going somewhere else? No, I'll have to go and get the kids from school. And I really don't want to have that conversation with the headmaster. Why were you late picking up your children? Because I was on my flight simulator. That would not be a fun conversation to have for anybody, least of all me. Hello from Tokyo, nice. What time is it in Tokyo? Must be late, right? It's got to be late. Okay, so the plane is giving it everything to climb at the moment. What time does it reckon we'll be in there at Cairo? If we go to the progress page, 20 past 1. What is it now? Clock's over here. No, surely it's going to be longer than that.
Atlantica traffic Airnaut 56 Tango, airborne passing 2,200, extending flight path to go around the thunderstorm.
Damn. Standard pressure. 10,000. We'll get lights off. After takeoff, checklist has been completed because, of course, it all auto senses. Flaps are up, landing gears up. So all we need to do next is look at our descent checklist. Find it difficult to stream at the weekends, Lion, because obviously with a family, it'd be a bit shit of me to just disappear for 7 hours on one of the 2 days that the kids are at home. That'd be pretty harsh, I think. Might be a bit harsh.
Atlantic traffic Airnaut 6 Romeo Tango, landing up and waiting runway 22 for separation. Atlantic traffic.
This plane really can climb, can't it? Look at that.
Tango, around the thunderstorm now back onto
21:30 in Tokyo.
flight path.
Nice. Yeah, like at 4,800 feet per minute, we're going to be at top of climb in like 5 minutes, I would say. That's wild. Cheers, Carl. Thank you. It's good. It's good that we're getting a bit of practice in with the yoke. Because goodness knows, once the 737 gets here, you're going to be seeing a lot of that. Sorry, Grumpy, but you're going to be seeing a lot of it on the channel. I'd like to get back into the 340 again, though. I feel like some 340 landing practice might not be a bad idea at some point. Maybe like a little chill evening stream. Use FSI panel and bosh it down a few times, different places. Could be alright. Never sure whether people like that stream, though, when you do FSI panel landings. Some people love it, some people are like, nah. They like to go somewhere. Look at her go. Isn't it wonderful? Did I do? Yeah, I did. I did the bottom bit on this one. That's a new goal. Every time I do a livery, I'm going to try and put a thing underneath on the belly. I really like that livery. There are some planes and some liveries you do where you're like, yeah, that's bloody good. Whereas some of them you're just like, eh. I think my favourite one's probably the A380. I love that livery that we did. I say we. I did it, not you. That plane nearly broke me as well. That was the one. Is this in 4K? I'm simming in 4K, but obviously what you're seeing isn't in 4K. My streaming PC crunches it all down to 1080p. So the wind has changed. It's now saying not to use 2-2 at Larnaca. Allegedly. Who knows, eh? Okay, our rate of descent, our rate of climb, sorry, has dropped a little bit now as well. Probably ain't no bad thing. Apparently, my stream is unstable. Average stream bitrate is too high. What? Sorry, Twitch. Let me sort that out. If I go 5.5, will that make it happy? Hopefully that'll cheer it up a bit. Twitch is complaining, everybody. Yeah, 380, Darren. Twitch ain't happy. Okay, now it's dropped down, that's good. Unstable. Average stream bitrate too high. You sure, Twitch? You really sure about that? I'm under 6,000 kilobits a second. And I'm told that's the limit for Twitch. So I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. How bizarre. How utterly bizarre. I love streaming. If it's not one thing, it's another. Never mind. Right, let's have a quick look at the charts. This is our plan. So we're sort of heading out of Cyprus. Follow the purple line. Turn in over Egypt. And then we're going to come into land. So after this waypoint here, which is Murphy, I'm going to self-vector out to the ILS for 2-3 left. Once we land on 2-3 left, taxi via Foxtrot, Romeo, cross 2-3 centre. Where the heck is cargo in this place? Cargo, here we go. 2-3 centre via Romeo, then I guess I'll take Tango. Then onto Sierra briefly, and Whiskey 2 up to cargo. Oh, Linkus, you're kidding, your game's crashed. Oh, mate. That's not good. I'm sorry about that. Were you in the A380? You were in the A380. The trouble is, that's not... You're in 24 as well? You flight sim 24 or 2020? Because it's not officially, you know, signed off, is it, on 24? So it's a bit of a, you know, it's a bit of a who knows, isn't it? Yeah, 24. Yeah. Oh, that sucks, mate. I'm sorry. It's not stable. Yeah, like Grumpy says, it's not stable. Like, it just is what it is, really. You take your chances. Take your chances. Do you think it'll ever be stable? Do you think... Hi, Uncle. How are you? Very well, thank you. I'm loving this screen. This was such a good idea, if I do say so myself. Can I use my pop-out manager? So this is the pop-out manager tool. Can I auto hide the title bar? Oh, hello, that's better. It's more like it. Oh, that's good. And what if I was to get rid of the... how do I auto-hide my doodah? How do I auto-hide my taskbar? Taskbar settings. Taskbar behaviors, automatically hide. I only want it to automatically hide though on one monitor. Don't want it to do it on all of them. Okay. That doesn't seem to have done anything. Little padlock symbol. Oh yeah, okay. Taskbar is not auto-hiding. That's annoying. Cheers, Dallas. Hopefully I'm pronouncing your name right. I really hope I am. My taskbar isn't auto-hiding. You weren't even able to install the A380 last night. Why is that? Yeah, I mean, you might get lucky. You might get a flight out of the A380. I did, but then it gobbled all my VRAM very quickly, so... Until fly-by-wire say we've now developed it such that we're confident that even if you copy-paste it, it'll work consistently. It's, you know, you're on your own, really. And they haven't even got to that point yet, nor have they even made mention of a 24 actual version, so, you know... This is very cool though. I'm loving this. Is it a touchscreen? No, it's not. I probably need to secure it down with some command strips. I'm just using the little thing that comes with the Boeing TCA yoke to prop it up. It's kind of working. You don't think we ever will? Look at the work Phoenix and PMDG had to put in. Yeah, and PMDG and Phoenix are like a commercial operation, aren't they? So like... They are motivated with money to do it. And they have the money to pay developers to solve the problem. Whereas if you're a bunch of, you know, volunteer developers, we get what we get. Like, we've got no right to be angry at them. Because, like, you know, they're doing all the work for free. We get what we get and we be grateful. Simple as that, really. Deleting the fly-by-wire A380 actually worked, but at what cost? I mean, maybe wait for the AnyBuilds one then? Would the full screen option make one segment use the whole screen or make them all full screen and lose the taskbar? Don't know, actually, Joseph. Let's try. I would imagine, because each one of these is... So I've got PFD, ND, MFD. Yeah, okay, we don't want that. Can you see what just happened? Let's not do that. Yeah, auto hide the taskbar. I reckon that'll do us nicely. If I can just get my taskbar to auto hide, which I'm struggling to do. I don't know why. It should be quite a simple task, right? Unless it's based on the monitor that you summon that window from. Behaviors. Automatically hide the taskbar. There's no save button, it should just do it, right? Don't know. Yeah, sorry Alex. We've repainted. Decided to repaint the Airbus brown. That's more like it. Yeah, I can't get rid of my taskbar. Why can't I get rid of it? Zoka, I cannot understand a word you just said in Twitch. Sorry, buddy. Not in my language, unfortunately. Right, it's currently 12:47 and we are due in at 13:23, so half an hour, it reckons. It's not bad going, is it? 777. Boshing it out today. On the route, and where's everyone else relative to me? Grumpy's catching up, look. Grumpy's putting his foot down. We're doing 2-3 left on the... What am I doing? 2-3 left. Nothing online at Cairo yet. I mean, 2-3 centre probably would make more sense for me, actually, thinking about it. I might change to 2-3 centre. Because I'm just buying... All I'm doing is buying myself a longer taxi by going 2-3 left. I don't really see there's a lot of benefit to it at all. Okay. Departures and arrivals. Arriving. ILS 2-3 centre. Let's go for that. How come Tricky goes so fast when he's in his triple? I should not be catching you. I don't know. I mean, I'm just using my cost index. Just chilling, you know. Sorry, I forgot I'm English. Yeah, sorry, man. I couldn't catch a word of that. Hope you don't mind, but why do you look like Noel Phillips so much? Rest assured, I'm not Noel Phillips, but I do absolutely adore Noel and his content. I think he's a great guy. He's a hell of a nice chap, is Noel. Obviously never met him, but you just get a certain sense sometimes from YouTubers that actually, if I met you for a beer, we'd actually probably really get along. Linker says, I'm currently looking into the Phoenix A320 family as I've only flown the A320 by fly-by-wire. Is it worth getting the 19 and the 321? Grumpy says, yes, very much so. Yeah, I would totally agree with that. Because they do fly differently. If you're super into Airbus and you want to take a break from the 320, the 19 can give you a very different experience. A very different experience. And so can the 321. Particularly on landing. The 19 is a slippery eel. So you've got to be careful with it on descent so you don't overspeed. It just keeps you on your toes as a pilot, really. Like, you don't... Yes, they look the same, but they're not the same. I forget who it was. Was it A320, 320 Sim Pilot? Was it him, or was it another YouTuber that flies it in real life? Just basically saying that if you spent ages in the 320, once you jump back into the 19, it does feel different. Like, you've kind of got to just put your brain into a bit of a different mode. And Phoenix obviously have just modelled it like a bunch of champions, because that's what they do, isn't it? They're just like peak Airbus developers. Yeah, it's brilliant. Really recommend it. Do the PMDG 777s go on sale? I don't know. Was it V1 Sim? Was it Grumpy? Maybe it was. Denny says we need the 737NG for 2024 now. I agree, but let them take their time. Like, it's so easy to like jump on the whole PMDG hate bandwagon, being like, oh, they take too long, blah blah blah. But it's like, yeah, I know, but when they do release something, it's good. You know, like we've seen what happens when people don't do that, and then we whinge about that. So it's like, just pick your poison, really. Like, you either have to wait and whinge, or you don't wait and then whinge that what you've got is a load of crap. So it's one or the other. Speaking to someone that's worked in software development, I've been put under pressure to deliver something that I knew wasn't right and I knew was going to be rushed, but the client would override you and say, yep, we know, we understand, we need it anyway, just do it. And then you just do it, and then all you get is moaning. It's like, well, I told you it wasn't ready and you told me to launch it anyway. So what do you want? Like, I'm not a magician. You can't have it both ways. I mean, PMDG occasionally have sales. The trouble is, their products are good. They know they're good, and they know people want them. And it's like people are just willing to pay for them. I think, at full price, because they're worth it. Like, the value proposition is very, very strong. Ella says, I really want to fly 777 freight ops. Yeah, they're good fun. What I love about them is that you can fly this big old plane to interesting destinations. You don't necessarily have to sit in a long haul for hours. You can do short haul cargo ops, and I think cargo gives you a bit of poetic license, really, to take bigger stuff on shorter routes, which for my style of flying and the time that I have to sim, I find much more enjoyable. Oh no, Philip's back. Welcome back, Philip. I get confused. It's only your little bit of blue in the thumbnail thing that I recognise you by. I keep seeing Captain Smurf and I'm like, what? Sausage and chips and gravy. Like actual gravy? Philip, come on. Behave. Gravy on chips? Are you serious? Unbelievable. Actual gravy, man. I don't think I've ever seen that in a chip shop down south. Like, ever. No, you've set Grumpy off now, Philip. You've upset him. What have you done? I told you, Philip. I said, don't upset Grumpy. And now look what you've done. Never had gravy on chips. No. I mean, I've seen the occasional chippy offer like a little tub of curry sauce or something, but never gravy. Never gravy. That does sound like a really northern thing to me. Yeah. Yeah, like Darren says, won't be long. Black Friday will be here. And, you know, scenery, planes, anything that's going to go on sale will go on sale. So it's only going to be a couple of weeks. DM sent. Gravy is amazing. Yeah, I mean, gravy's amazing on a roast dinner, but not fish and chips. Bloody hell. Cheese and chips. Now we can talk. I'll have a discussion about cheesy chips. Like, that is like peak chips. Gravy, you're not sure about that. Yeah, would you put gravy on fish, Philip? Or is it just like things like sausage and chips? If you had like cod and chips, would you put gravy on that? Nom says I'm a norther and even that's sacrilege. Okay, fair enough. Good to see you draw the line somewhere, Noms. Curry on fish. Okay, yeah, alright. I could maybe do that. I could maybe do curry sauce. Gravy? Gravy on chips? That's mad. Absolute madness. What sort of gravy do you have? Is it like a beef gravy or like a... Would you just get out the Bisto and go for it? Is that what... Cheers, Liam. And Mike. ... Whatever the rest of it says. What's the best place for airport scenery? Is there a marketplace that groups all creators' scenery together, or do I need to look through all the individual creators' websites? There's the Orbex store, there's the IndieBuild store, there's Contrail, and of course there is the marketplace built into the sim, but I would generally try and avoid the marketplace built into the sim. I feel like you're better off going direct to the devs or the marketplaces. Yeah, Contrail, Orbex, and IndieBuilds are like the three main ones, I suppose. Obviously, if you want to buy the Phoenix or the PMDG, just go to their websites. Darren, apparently there's been an update, Grumpy was saying, about that Heathrow scenery. You're saying it gives you poor FPS. Apparently there's been an update. You can... Have you disabled the interiors and stuff like that? Do I also need to delete the fly-by-wire? I don't know, mate. Don't know. When you go to KFC, you have gravy and chips. I just wouldn't go to KFC for a start. That's probably where that conversation would end with me. I would never go to KFC. Nuh-uh. Nor Nando's. You can forget Nando's as well. Nando's can get in the bin. I mean, Nando's is just KFC on a plate, isn't it? I'm not having that. Right, how far are we? We should talk about food more often on the stream. Conversation's getting heated. 43 miles till top of descent. I'm on Say Intentions and I can hear your call sign. Can you? That's cool. So we have signed up to be a virtual airline partner with them. So I had to log into the thing and tell it what our call sign is and how to pronounce, like phonetically, how to pronounce the call sign so it says it correctly. Yeah. So that's probably why. That's cool. That's good to hear. Nando's in the bin? Yeah, all day long. Go in there. Remember some friends like, oh, let's go to Nando's. I was like, oh, I've never had a Nando's. They're like, oh, you'll love Nando's. I went there. I was like, what is this shit? Just chicken and chips on a plate. And you're charging me loads of money for it. Like, oh, but what about the Nando's sauce? It's like, I don't like the sauce. That's the end of the discussion. I would take crushed peas over mushy peas any day, Joanna. I don't like mushy peas when they've basically when it's almost like a puree. These are the most British discussions I've heard in a while. Yeah, I just remember being bitterly disappointed with Nando's. I even said to my friends, I was like, you lot need to sort your lives out. Like, if this is what you consider cuisine and the idea of a good time on a Saturday, I was like, you need to seriously reconsider everything. Going out of order. The only reason I went was because I was buying a MacBook and I had to go to the Apple store and the Nando's was next to it. Otherwise I'd have been like, well, I just won't come with you. Ugh. But there we go, you heard it here first. .05 centre. What's the wind at now? Let's have a look. Sorry, Grumpy, I'm getting caught up talking about Nando's. Oh god, it is close now, isn't it? Shall we? Absolutely not, Philip. Absolutely not. Don't do Marmite. Is 05 an ILS? Have I had a spice bag? Come on then, let's go 05. This is where tower comes on and then they set the active runway to 23 and then we're knackered. Right, 05 centre. Let's change it on here as well. So again, just the after Murphy, I guess we'll just self-vector. What's the spice bag? I'm very, very confused. Chinese food all mixed in a big pizza box. Really? I mean, that doesn't sound awful, in fairness. I mean, it sounds better than Philip's bloody gravy and chips, so, you know. Gravy and chips. Never heard such nonsense in my life. Hey, I'm a 787 pilot. Nice. Darren says, I've got the Thrustmaster Captain Pack, Windwing FCU, Windwing MCDU, and I was thinking of adding rudder pedals, but I was unsure if it's worth it. How are my pedals? Any rudder pedals, Darren, are better than no rudder pedals. Like, I've got Logitech ones, they were about £100-ish. Again, keep an eye out on Black Friday. They are... My flying is... I know a lot of you are going to go, yeah, right, but my flying is a lot better. Infinitely better with them than without them. I don't think just like using the twist on like the stick, not that my stick has twist anymore, but if I had a stick that did, I don't think I could manage a crosswind landing by twisting my stick to do rudder input. So yeah, my Logitechs aren't perfect. They're okay. They do the job. Some Thrustmaster TPRs would be lovely. Some Moser whatevers or Windwings or whenever new stuff comes out. I'm sure they're going to be lovely too. Maybe I'll look at it. Once everything's out, I'll take a view on what to do about upgrading. It's my top of descent. Have we gone past it? Right, so my plan then is to descend to 2,500 for the ILS into 05 centre. Cairo traffic Air Not 232, flight level 380, descending now for a 05 centre, arrival into Cairo, and we're descending for 2,500 feet for the ILS for 05 centre, Cairo traffic. Deep fried battered pizza slice. Really? Bro, can you hear me? Yeah, I said hello to you a moment ago. Grow up, Robert. Where to Fly has a scenery map. Might be helpful for someone scanning for add-ons. I didn't know that, Joseph. That's a good idea. Have I? No, I haven't. Philip, you just worry about your gravy and chips. You leave the flying to me, okay? What do we need to be at Meppy? Okay, I'm going to go 10,000 for Meppy. In fact, 'cause I feel like it's going to bring us down. In fact, let's do some vertical speed. Because it feels like it's chucking us down here like a rock, and it doesn't need to.
Descending now for a 10-mile vectored straight-in approach to...
56 Tango, be advised you're cutting in and out on Unicom. Getting a bit cold in here with the aircon on. Philip, yeah, what was that? Let's have a look at some weather then. Do some en route landing stuff. Performance, landing en route. Cairo, 05 centre. 1015. Auto brake 3 would be fine. What about 2? Yeah, 2 would work as well. Let's go auto brake 2. No point stressing out the systems, is there, if we don't have to? Where to fly today. Welcome back, Bobby. Join this stream because I saw on VATSIM radar you're flying to Cairo. Yes, we are. Still arguing about food in YouTube, are we? Good. That's what we need. Let's put a fixed ring. So we'll just do a quick recall. Check our notes. Auto brake is set. Landing data, we'll do flaps 30, 136. Minimums into Cairo are... what are they? 517. Come on. .517, that's set. And our approach briefing is complete. Are we talking about steak now? Steak and peppercorn sauce I can get behind. Yeah, as long as the steak is cooked medium rare, which is the only correct way to eat a steak. Always medium rare. Really annoys me. My dad always has it well done. You'll go into a restaurant and they'll say, how do you want it cooked? You go, oh, cremate it for me. It's like, Dad, what are you doing? Like, you're just asking them to completely ruin it. HECA. Then we do RW. Is it RW05 center? Format wrong. Brilliant. Do you have to do slash? RW05 center. Nope. Will it know based on where we're going? We just do RW05 center. It does. Look at that. Clever plane. Clever Boeing.
Airknot 232, testing communication. Can you hear me?
5x5 now, Airknot 232.
Teşekkürler.
Yep, same, Joanna. Exactly the same. Remember, my parents used to buy these like really thin, crappy little steaks from the supermarket where you'd get like 3 or 4 in a pack, and they'd get that, you know, those like wooden hammers, and they like whack, 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 whack to like tenderize it, and then put it under the grill. My word. And Airknot 232 Cairo traffic, slowing speed now 250 knots. Use flight level change mode. Go on then. Right, 11,000 feet. I'm going to leave Murphy at heading 210. Cairo traffic Air 232, leaving Murphy at heading 210 to bring us in for a vectored 10-mile approach for 05 centre. Cairo traffic. Grumpy, I think you might have an open mic, or someone does, if you're messing with mic settings. Let's get down to 2,500 feet now. Nice and steady. Go 220. Cairo traffic Air 232, leaving Murphy at heading 210, speed 220, flying the downwind for 05 centre. We're going to vector for a 10-mile final. Cairo traffic. Please next stream, please be an Airbus A350. You never know your luck, mate. You never know your luck. Right, let's just check that, like, tower's not on or something that we're going to upset by doing this, and there's no other traffic around that we're likely to upset either. Whole point of coming in this way is so hopefully we can see the pyramids. Taking you on a little sightseeing tour, ain't I? Okay, landing lights are on. Let's just do all of these as well. QNH is 1015. Yeah, fair enough, Grumpy. That's all good. Do what you need to do. Do. I'm going to stop my climb at about 3,500. Because if it thinks we're going to get to 4,000 like there, or 2,500 there, that's a little bit... I feel like we're going to be too low for too long, if you know what I mean. Go 5,000. How you doing, Delta? What do I recommend for a aviation setup for a $100 budget? I mean, if it's $100, I would probably be looking at something like either the Thrustmaster TCA or the Windwing Ursa Minor. If you want a HOTAS setup, Thrustmaster have got one of those as well. The white one, the TCA HOTAS one, I think it's called. That might be an option for you. Yeah, make sure you've got something that's got a throttle, a load of buttons, and you have twist functionality on the stick. While it might not be exactly what you want in the long term, and you might upgrade and add to it over time, nothing's stopping you doing that, by the way. It will give you everything you need out the box. 2020 versus 24, which is best? I would say once Sim Update 4 gets here, 24. I'll be having a video out on the channel very soon. In fact, once we're landed and done for the day, I might have about 45 minutes left of the day before I need to get the kids. I intend to start editing that video. Right, can we see the pyramids yet? This is like the whole reason we came here. Can't see much at the minute. Except for the inside of the plane. Go a bit lower. Let's go down to 2,500. Go speed 200. Still use a HOTAS 1, decent enough. Avoid the rudder pedals though. Not tried the rudder pedals. I mean, I've just got the Logitechs. When I looked at them, it was like the choice was Thrustmaster or Logitechs, really. And I went Logitech just because they looked a bit wider. Like your feet could be further apart when you use them, and I thought, well, on that reason alone, I'll just go for that. Rightly or wrongly, I don't know. They've been okay, they're alright. I know I whinge about them, but they aren't too bad. Altimeters are set. Landing checklist then. We need to get our speed brake armed, which we have. Then we just need landing gear down, flaps 30. And then we'll be cooking. Okay, I'm just going to extend a little bit beyond Charlie Foxtrot 05. Grumpy, can you hear me when I comm, or is it you just can't comm yourself, but you can hear me? Cheers, big fan. What's that down there? That's a factory. Thought it might have been something. Oh, there they are. There they are. They're over there, look. How cool is that? Right, let's extend a bit downwind. Highway traffic, Air Knot 232, extending our downwind approach for views of the scenery. Cheers, big fan. Appreciate you. And Johnny's in as well. Johnny? How am I pronouncing that? Okay. Let's go then. Go LNAV. Cairo traffic, Air Knot 232, turning to direct Charlie Foxtrot 05 centre for the ILS for 05 centre, speed 180 knots, and we'll maintain 160 till 5 DME Cairo traffic. There they are, look. Bloody amazing, aren't they, the pyramids, really, when you think about it. Just like blows my little mind. Are we your passengers? If you want to be, you're more than welcome. Don't necessarily recommend it though, to be honest. So where's the Sphinx then? This guy's loving it. There's more pyramids over there as well. Nice. Okay, we've got our lights on. Reset our heading bug, currently 0907. Make excellent unicorn callouts. I try, don't always get it right in fairness. Sometimes I end up choking like a dog. Like, not sure what to say, but do have the occasional tendency to ramble. But then I do that in my YouTube videos as well, so nothing new there for everyone, I guess. Go look. Should we go into approach mode? Oh yeah, Philip's saying I'm the localizer. Guess we can just do approach and it'll do both, right? There he goes. At 160 knots and we'll maintain until 5. Can't see the runway. Okay, so given that we've taken this little detour, hang on, I better make a call. Cairo traffic, Air Knot 232, 10 mile final for runway 05 centre, Cairo. Yeah, given that we've taken this detour for scenery purposes, we do have a slight tailwind component, so we'll have to keep that in mind. Yes, Lackland, we got a nice little screen here. Got my PFD, my ND, and my whatever it is, MFD on it. Really nice. I like it. It means that when I'm looking out the window like this, I can still monitor the plane, and I can see the flight directors a bit better. Okay, is it going to catch it? It better. There he goes. And Cairo traffic, Air Knot 232, established on the ILS for 05 centre, 6 miles to run, Cairo traffic. Gear down. Go flaps 15. Flaps 30. Still no visual. Is this like a sandstorm then? Is that what's kind of generating this? 136 is our final approach speed. Would you normally add 5? Or is that accounted for in the triple? Okay, landing checklist complete.
1,000.
Cairo traffic, air not 232, short final, 05 centre, 2.5 miles, Cairo. No visual as of yet. Might be a go around at this rate, if I end up guffing up the landing. There it is. I was going to say.
500. 400. 300. 200. Approaching minimums. Minimums.
Continue.
50. 30. 20. 10.
Only just in the touchdown zone, wasn't it? But we buttered it. 200 feet per minute, that'll do. Oh, we seem to do long landings today, haven't we, in this thing? Okay, reverse. Right, my reverse is working. Oh. Auto brake's doing it anyway. Disarm the auto brake. And we will jump off here. It is here that I want to jump off, isn't it? What do you reckon? Was that alright? Bit long, wasn't it, really? It was a little bit on the long side. If I'm going to be fussy. I think New Sky will say that was just within limits, and they'd be right to say that, actually. But and Cairo traffic, Air not 232, 05 centre, vacated Cairo traffic. Okay, speed brakes away, flaps up. Get that APU started. Whoops. Come on, you. Let's turn off my Tara. Stay on the straight and narrow. There's no way I'm going to be able to see even Grumpy Land, I don't think, at the moment, is there? Let's turn off the approach mode. Flight director's off. Ready to go for another day, eh? What's a landing rate tracker? That's New Sky. Not accounted for, add 5 knots. Okay, duly noted. I'll remember that for next time. Do you basically always add 5, regardless of, like, anything? Cairo traffic, Air not 232, taxiing to cargo stands via Tango, Sierra, Whiskey 2, and we're going to shoot for Echo 202. That'll do. That was alright. Quite happy with that. Nice view of the pyramids as well. Glad we got that in. Starting to get the feel of the old yoke again. Which isn't bad going, considering we've only had 2 flights in it. I know we've been here for a lot of time, but actually, in terms of hands-on time with the yoke.
Traffic, Air 82, established on final approach to runway 05 center.
Oh, ground is online.
10 mile final.
121 900. All stations be advised. Cairo ground is now online. 121.900. Ground, very good afternoon. Air 232. We were taxiing on Tango for Echo 202.
Air 232, alaikum assalam, Cairo ground. Welcome to Cairo. Bikini taxi Tango, Sierra 1, Sierra, Delta, Bravo, descend Echo 02. Confirm Echo, connection 302 or Echo 302?
Echo 202, as we're a cargo plane. I think that's a cargo stand if I'm correct.
Roger, continue taxi Tango, Sierra 2, Sierra, Whiskey 2 to Echo 202.
Roger, Tango, Sierra 2, Sierra, Whiskey 2 for Echo 202, Air 232, thanks. Oh, is that a go around? Is that Grumpy? Sierra 2 is here? Yeah, this is Sierra 2. Right, let's see if we can get this turn right, because I really struggle in the 7-3. 7-3, 7-7. Flight sim down for you? Yeah, it's been down for a lot of people today. I think, all things considered, we've been very, very, very lucky that we've been able to do today's stream. Because I just logged on, it loaded as usual, and I was like, right, let's start the stream, and yeah, that was that. Okay, Whiskey 2 is up here. So, yeah, Gaia did this, didn't they, I think, Grumpy was saying. A sort of handcrafted version of Cairo. So yeah, this is all default. I haven't bought anything. To be honest, my personal view is if Gaia have done it, I don't really feel the need to buy any other option because it's good enough, you know? Good enough for me. Echo 202. Yeah, it's pretty nice for a default, isn't it? They always do a nice job. Advise you take the Thai model one for Cairo. Really? I use it when I stream ground control. Oh. Is the Gaia one accurate enough though? Like, is it alright? Like, am I going to cause problems by using it, I guess, is my question. I kind of feel like as long as the taxiways are reasonable enough, such that I'm not causing a massive headache for controllers by going somewhere that I shouldn't, but the default scenery says that it looks alright to me, but obviously it doesn't align with charts. Come on, let's do it. Let's line it up. Oh, almost. 0.1 out. Gutted. Right, APU is running then, so let's see if there's any money to be made with this flight. Beacon off. Let's close the flight down. Didn't turn my lights off when I vacated the runway. That was my bad. Right, New Sky, what do you reckon then? Hey, we actually made some money this time. 17,000, though not enough money to offset the loss we made going from Istanbul down to Larnaca, but never mind. Distance from threshold. Okay, that says it was alright actually. We had about 100 metres more. Great touchdown, 1.22 G. Average centerline deviation 2 metres, maximum was 3. I'm quite happy with that. Quite happy with that. That'll do nicely. That will do nicely.
Good afternoon, Aeronautic 2, requesting taxi to gate.
Look at that.
Aeronaut 82, alaikum salam, Cairo ground, welcome to Cairo. There is any requested gate or any gate you...
Yeah, I mean for default scenery.
If possible, please, Aeronautic 2.
Say again the gate number?
That's looking alright, isn't it?
Papa
Look at that.
56.
Cheers, Jay. Yeah, that'll do nicely. We'll definitely be coming back here.
There is no gate in Cairo, starts by Bravo, so if you want to be next to the Aeronaut 62, no problem.
Yeah, that's fine, Aeronautic 2.
Roger, Aeronaut 82, taxi Juliet 3, Juliet, Sierra, Whiskey 1 to gate
That's
Echo
better.
1.
Right. Yeah, so let's have a little look at the scenery. Pretty good, that. I mean, is it like Pirigui levels of detail? No. Does it need to be? Probably not. Terminal building looks nice. The taxiways look like they're intact. The gates look nice. That's fine. Job done. Job done. You know? This is looking great, isn't it? Yeah, I thought I saw you going around, Grumpy. I wasn't sure whether it was you or the next guy, because of course I couldn't really see an awful lot of what's going on. Look at this. This is great. This is brilliant. It's all you need. All you need. I know you can't really see through the windows, because like the windows are like that kind of default glass-looking texture. But for free... more than good enough. More than good enough. Little palm trees and everything. That. What a cracking bit of scenery. Can I get close to Terminal 3? Where is Terminal 3? 3 is that one, isn't it? Is 3 the orange one? What Manchester scenery? Mako Sim, I believe. Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing there's no interiors, but then we don't really need them, do we? Because we'd... In fairness, they've done all this. Look at that, they've done like a little road network. Pretty good. I'm well impressed. Absolutely brilliant. The difference is in Terminal 3 details. Really. See, for me, as someone that... I've never been here in real life, so I guess I'm probably going to be... And it's not what I would consider like a home airport, so maybe that's why I'm a little bit less picky. Like, if this was Bristol Airport, I'd be like, oh, they've done that wrong, you know. Yeah, so I get where you're coming from. I do get where you're coming from. The trouble is it gets expensive buying literally everything. Like, the further away from home you go and you explore new territories and you feel you have to buy something everywhere you go, it ends up just costing you a fortune. Absolute fortune. So if Gaia can give us something like this for 0, because that really is a VAT simmer, what do I want? I want accurate taxiways, accurate gates. Really. Just so I'm not causing problems. Yeah, if like someone says taxi here, then here, and I'm like, oh, my scenery hasn't got it. Like, I don't like doing that because that causes problems, and I then become a pest on the network as opposed to, well, not being a pest. I don't know what the opposite to not being a pest is, or being a pest. Yeah. Well, the plan is hopefully we're going to come back here a lot more. We were saying earlier, this today really was a little bit of a recce mission to try and figure out what the deal is with the scenery here, and also I wanted to test out the scenery at Istanbul. Probably going to need to get something for Larnaca because that is a little bit on the basic side. But yeah, we're going to try and redo the virtual airlines routes a little bit, because it's very much, at the moment, very much, if I show you on New Sky before I go, the routes are, if I do a scheduled passenger flight for Air Not, there we go, we get the map up. It's very much England to somewhere and then back. So you can see here, England is like the epicenter, or the UK is like the epicenter of the airline. It's out to somewhere and back. What we'd really like is to have some hubs. So we're thinking of putting a hub into Copenhagen. So then from Copenhagen, you can imagine you have loads of routes spawning off of Copenhagen, much in the same way they're all spawning out of Heathrow and Gatwick. Similarly, we're going to put one down in Nice, wherever that is, up here, which can then like span out into France, Italy, Spain, and we can have Lisbon, taking care of Spain and Portugal, going down to Madeira. Madeira can then do the Canary Islands, Ponta Delgada, Morocco, places like that. Then we're going to have a hub in Istanbul. Istanbul can then do like the Greek islands and Greece and Bulgaria, Romania, and of course like down to Egypt. Another hub in Dubai that can do a lot of the Middle East, and then maybe over time we can sort of keep expanding out into into India, across Indonesia, down to Australia, and then pretty much if you want to fly across the world in little tiny hops, we should have scheduled routes that allow you to do so, rather than Heathrow to somewhere in Europe and back. That's the idea anyway behind it. Sharm el Sheikh, yeah, that's quite a touristy place, isn't it? Sharm el Sheikh. Got some friends that go there quite a lot. They seem to like it. What's the other one you said? Hurghada. Not heard of that one. Not familiar with that one. Hello, Felix. I see you. Not really sure how I can answer. Just keep saying said hi 5 times. You can do Hesh and Hagen. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, because that'd be quite cool to do from Istanbul, or maybe even Larnaca as well. So yeah, we're going to do a bit of a refit on the routes at the moment. Grumpy and I are figuring it all out. Where is Grumpy? He went around, didn't he? Is he still connected? Because I know he was having comms issues. Oh, look, he's on final. Nice. Grumpy will be in shortly. Should we stick around and watch Grumpy's landing? No pressure, Grumpy. Yeah, we're sort of looking at it all. We've got a little document that we're sharing together, looking at all the different routes, all the different things that we can do. Hopefully it will be to the benefit of the airline, because we've got an audit coming up in December. We're a VATSIM associate at the moment, I believe. And, well, I know we are. And I think we've got an audit in December to determine whether we become a VATSIM partner. I believe we've got everything we need to become one. It's just whether the auditors also believe that. So we'll see. We'll see on that one. How's the new graphics card? Yeah, good. I mean, right now, it's pretty good, isn't it? Keep in mind, we're looking at some handcrafted scenery in 4K with no upscaling, connected to VATSIM, albeit there's not many people around. That's pretty alright, isn't it? That's pretty alright. I'd be happy with that. Or I am happy with that. Very happy. And that's mostly Sim Update 4. That's mostly Sim Update 4 doing that. Because the other day, Tuesday in fact, Mackham's in! Where's my Temu package? Well, currently being unloaded in Cairo, Mackham, so we've got it's got a hot minute yet before it makes it back to the UK. But don't you worry, I'm going to try and get the Newcastle scenery if it goes on sale on Black Friday. So your Temu package will be in Newcastle in no time at all. Keep in mind as well, we're going to have the 737 cargo, aren't we, in 24 soon from PMDG, so that'll be cool. That will be very, very cool. So what runway am I looking at now? Is that 05? Yeah, it is, isn't it? Must be. I don't know if Grumpy's going to disconnect with ground being online because I know he's got comms issues. Call it what airport? 0570. Yeah, so that's the one I landed on, isn't it? Thought so. Cool. But look at that. I mean, I've capped my FPS to 60 because I'm on a 60 hertz TV and we're getting 60. Tiny little blips occasionally. Teeny tiny little blips. But you can't, yeah, that can't be helped. You're going to get that occasionally. It is still the sim after all, but sim update 4, man, it's gone such a long way. Because on Tuesday we were in sim update 3 and we started, where did we start? Newcastle down to Bristol, then we went Bristol to Nantes, then Nantes back to Gatwick. And by the time we got to Gatwick, our FPS, our main thread, had just got so loaded up that I think we were landing into Gatwick at like 22 frames per second. 22! With a 9800X3D, that is utter madness. Newcastle Airport is near a place called Ponteland, so everyone from Sunderland calls it that. Ponteland. Okay, cool. I shall remember that. Yeah, because it's a bit out the way, isn't it, Newcastle Airport from the city? Feels like it's a bit sort of out in the way. Oh, Joanna, there's a DM from you. What are my thoughts on the 9070 XT, given that it's only 16 gig and I remember I moved up to a higher one? Yeah, I got a lot of questions about that. Oh, there's Grumpy. Go on, Grumpy. Down you go. Well done, well done. Yeah, I got a lot of feedback on that choice of card because the 9070 had just come out, and I think a lot of people were excited about it. And they said to me, why did you go for a 7900 XTX and not the 9070? And it's like, well, I already had a 4080 Super that had 16 gigs of VRAM, so it would make no sense at all to change to an AMD card that also has 16 gigs of VRAM, when the whole point of upgrading, or side grading if you like, is to get more VRAM. And there were some people in chat that I just couldn't get it through to them. They were like, yeah, but with FSR4. It's like, yeah, but it doesn't matter about FSR4. I need more VRAM. Just couldn't get through to them. Really weird. But yeah, it's worked out well. The only thing that happens is that the card occasionally crashes. You get like a driver timeout error. And I undervolted it and that went away. But I shouldn't have to undervolt my card. I shouldn't have to do that. Just at all. That shouldn't be a thing that has to be even thought about. Like, I've never had to undervolt an Nvidia card to make it work. Like, if I was not a computery person and I'd bought a pre-built with that card in it.
Grand Air Knot 56 Tango vacated runway 05 centre. Request stand Foxtrot 7, please.
He made it.
6 Tango, عليكم السلام, Cairo ground, welcome to Cairo. Taxi to stand Foxtrot 7 via Tango, Sierra 2, Sierra, Yankee and Charlie.
Yeah, like imagine if I wasn't a computer person and I'd bought my kid like a big old gaming PC and it started doing that. You'd return it as faulty. You would absolutely return it as faulty. Where am I off to next? My kitchen to get lunch, actually. I'm going to have to end the stream in a minute. Don't really have time to go anywhere else today, and I've got some odd jobs that I need to do as well on the channel, so I'm going to crack on with that, I think. But thank you all.
Cara Grant 56 Tango, yes, sorry, I'm having communications problems here. Can you repeat taxi instructions, please? If I can't hear you or whatever, I'll disconnect.
You can do what you want, but I will say the instructions again and you have the decision. Taxi Tango, Sierra 2, Sierra, Yankee and Charlie. Your gate, Foxtrot 7.
Thank you, Grant. Yes, taxi to Foxtrot 7.
Poor old Grumpy.
Sierra 2, Sierra, Yankee and Charlie to Foxtrot 7. Thank you.
Beautiful. Right, well, I'm going to head off, guys. I need to get some jobs done before I go and get the kids from school, but thank you very much for today. Thank you for coming along. Thank you for all the support. I do appreciate all of you. And I will see you all very, very soon. Keep your eyes peeled on the YouTube channel as well, because we're going to have some videos popping up as well over the next little while. Malcolm, nice to see you again, mate. Always nice to see Mackham. Mackham's like channel royalty at this point. So you've been around since like 500 subs, Mackham, haven't you? That's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. We should think of something to do actually for 30k, because we're 1500 subs away from 30k subs on YouTube, which is absolutely bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. I can't believe that. That's just like the most hard to comprehend thing for me. Like, yeah. It's weird because it's in terms of YouTube, it's a lot, but it's not a lot. Like, there are people that have got like millions of subs, isn't it? But it wasn't until I went to that McFly gig in Birmingham a couple of weeks ago, and the place held like 15,000, and I was like, God damn, that's a lot of people. And it's like, shit, you've got nearly double that on YouTube. Like, it's easy to lose sight, is what I'm trying to say, and yeah, definitely don't want to become jaded by YouTube stats. So I do appreciate all of you. So thank you all very much indeed. You all have a nice rest of your day, and yeah, like I say, get subbed, ring the bell, then you won't miss any content, whether it's a video or a live. And I will see you all very, very soon. But thank you all for your company, and have a wonderful rest of your Thursday. Cheerio ho!